Okay, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome you all back home to our City Council, our renovated new City Council chambers. So welcome. Thank you for being with us today. This morning, our invocation will be given by Rabbi Naftali Shulker, Shabbat Coastal Bend.
Chamber, every new vessel is a new opportunity for blessing, so may be very blessed here. Good morning. Friends, let us join together in prayer. Almighty God, we have assembled here today for the purpose of communal service on behalf of the residents of our beautiful city. We have just celebrated the Jewish holiday of Purim, when we celebrate the events and the miracles described in the book of Esther, a holiday and an entire month with an emphasis on increased joy and a keen awareness of God's hand in every detail of our life, both the seen and the unseen. Bless our work here today. Bless the work of the Honorable Mayor, the city councilors, city manager, city officials, and all their staff, and all of our fellow citizens. Bless us that our efforts bear good fruit, that our thoughtful, honest, and respectful dialogue lead to constructive results. Please resolve doubts and guide us with clarity. As we make important decisions for our community, may we do so always with joy and good outcomes. In our civic service, we fulfill the mandate that you have bestowed upon us, instructed by Noah and conveyed through Moses at Mount Sinai, to make your garden, our world, a safe, beautiful, and moral and constructive place, a peaceful place, and a beautiful place. One filled with joy, goodness, and kindness that expresses the divine intent. Almighty God, in the merit of our sincere efforts, bless us all with good health, success in all our endeavors, positive and abiding results from our work. Bless our wonderful city and communities so that it continues to prosper and grow and to be a model city within our great state and beloved country. Almighty God, may we merit to see the fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecy, which is quoted by the great Maimonides at the conclusion of his work, Mishnah Torah, that the world will be filled with the knowledge of God like the waters cover the sea, a time of no war, a time of no sickness, no sadness, no hunger, no strife, a time of true peace. Now let us say amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Rabbi Shulker. Now our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Francisco Frank Vera. Francisco is a sophomore at Harold T. Branch Academy, second year studying welding, and received Perfect Attendance Award. Thank you, Frank.
That's you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Frank, and good luck with your studies. City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, that'll take us to Section E, our City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. We do have a few things in the City Manager's report, and we're going to begin with the Islander Beach Volleyball Classic that's coming up this weekend. We want to highlight it, but before I do highlight that, we want to highlight the Islanders, the women's beach volleyball, we want to recognize Temi Sisi women's basketball.
Yes.
The Islanders won the South Southland Conference title and made a historic first ever NCAA National Championship tournament where they took on the #1 ranked USC Trojans. And the game was televised on ESPN. I'm sure many of you saw it. And there were numerous watch parties across our city filled with Islander supporters. And while the game didn't go our way, we're very proud of their efforts, and we know that they will return for another successful season next year. So that brings us to volleyball. This weekend, we look forward to welcoming the athletes and spectators to the 6th annual Women's Beach Volleyball Tournament right here at Waters Edge Park, and that's going to be hosted by Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Islanders. This event is free to anyone that wants to enjoy it, and it'll also be televised on ESPN+. So the tournament will occur Friday, March 29th through Saturday, March 30th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on both of those days. And teams competing in this event include the University of Texas, the University of Tennessee Martin, the University of Texas at El Paso, Councilman Hernandez, and Stephen F. Austin, and of course our own hometown team, Texas A&M Corpus Christi. The event also will have a little bit more for families and persons trying to watch their health, and so the event will include a free 5K run for all ages. That'll be on Friday at 6 p.m. There'll be food from food trucks, there'll be a live DJ, and vendors throughout the entire weekend as well. We also know this is the Holy Week and Easter weekend as well. So before Adrian, the athletic director of Texas A&M Corpus Christi and the head beach volleyball coach, Gail Stammer, come up to say a few words, we did want to recognize our own teams, the city's Parks and Rec Department, led by Robert Dodd, and then our police department, led by Chief Markle, who will be assisting on the event this weekend. So with that, Mr. Adrian and Ms. Gail, why don't you come up and elaborate a little bit more on this?
Right there on that side. That's okay.
This isn't Gail's first time here, and at other times we've been there. But Mayor and City Council members, thank you so much for having us. Peter, thank you for that introduction of this event, and certainly the acknowledgement of Coach Gail Stammer, and I should say last year's Southland Conference Coach of the Year, Gail Stammer, and her team truly continued their amazing accomplishments. Last week, I was honored to join them in New Orleans, where each year the Southland Conference has a mid-season tournament which crowns the regular season champion. And so we're really excited to be able to bring the Southland Conference championship trophy home to the Island University where it belongs. That, of course, is in lead up to the Southland Conference Championship Tournament, which takes place later this year, where we'll be seeking our third in a row trip to the NCAAs. You mentioned UT Martin, who is joining us this next week. They were, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, they were our first NCAA tournament win at the NCAA tournament last year. So really honored to be able to present a beach volleyball team to you and Coach Gail Stammer before you today. And of course, leading into this weekend, which has been a tremendous collaboration with the city and Parks of Recreation. I can't tell you how appreciative we are to our entire Corpus Christi community, but certainly the city to help to make this possible. And our first ever ESPN Plus broadcast for beach volleyball. So really excited about that. But to bring the University of Texas El Paso, Stephen F. Austin, and University of Tennessee Martin here to this annual event that Gail and her team and Islanders Athletics puts together for our Coastal Bend community. Truly incredible, 9 to 4, Friday and Saturday. We're excited about all that we'll have out there. It really is a huge event there at Waters Edge and McGee Beach. So really excited about that, but very proud of our Islanders beach volleyball team and Coach Stammer's accomplishments. Yep.
I just want to tell you all, thank you so much for your support of our volleyball team and program. With your help, we've been able, I had a vision a long time ago when I got here, 7 years, it seems, it's gone by fast. But to have the ability to have not only courts down there for the community to play on, and I see it there every time I go down, they're full of people, and that's what we want. But also to upgrade the beach and the facility down there, that whole stretch, obviously not just for us, but for the whole community, I think is really fantastic. But not only that, you know, I love to throw a really good event, a really good tournament. Yeah, I'm going out there to win every single match that we play. I also want it to be a great experience for every team and every player and every coach that comes to our city. And you guys have made that happen over the years. So I really appreciate you and your support and giving back. I always promise you we are always out there to do better than we did the year before. We've been on track to do that so far. And that's my goal. I love to compete. And I think that bringing attention right now, for the first time, we're ranked 20 in the nation. And that's been one of my goals as well. So we keep those bars high because I think it's important. Every time you see Corpus Christi on the big screen, on television, people are talking about us, and we're building that name for our city that is so deserving because it's a fabulous city. I really appreciate being here and being able to represent not only the university but the city with my volleyball team. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Adrian. And Adrian, we have to brag a little bit about last year alone, 10 championships across tennis, golf, cross country, basketball, beach volleyball. Am I missing anything?
You got it.
10 championships. So Texas A&M, my alum, have secured 10 championships. So absolutely, Coach, we are on the map, and people are talking about Corpus Christi. Thank you for being here. We're so proud. I mean, we're very proud of the girls. Lots of excitement, you know, and even playing, right? The #1 seed. I mean, that's a huge honor. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, we do. If I can, hang on. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, do you have a comment?
Yes. Just for the record, I did not go to UTEP.
I know that's your hometown, though.
Were those your comments, or did you need, you just want the record cleared? Okay, yeah.
Okay, we're figuring this
Do we
out.
have
Well,
lots of different
okay,
buttons?
you put it to me now, so.
I did, okay. Councilman
all
Hernandez.
right.
Okay, we're good.
Barrera.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you there, Fix. You know, Adrian, and particularly Coach Gail, I mean, I remember I've been involved with this now for 5 years, and I remember at one meeting we talked about the vision of having ESPN and in particular drone footage of the Bayfront, and you know, you and your team and the drive that you have. I mean, in particular, and the thing is you've been with us for 7 years now. You know, most of the time when coaches get to this point, all of a sudden they go someplace else. But I know your commitment is here for sure, right? So what is it? I just can't thank you enough for. This team, I mean, this event has just expanded year after year, and I know when Peter got here, you know, 4 years ago, it's 4 or 5 years now. 5 years, man.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's, you know, the city is gotten more and more engaged, and I just can't thank you enough. And then I remember last year when the mayor welcomed, you know, all those young ladies, and your team and your coaching staff and the university are just great ambassadors for our community. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. And as Coach Stammer said, doing better than we did yesterday, as well as giving back, is fitting for the next item that I have, and that's to talk about a land donation from Mr. Moses Masagachi. So this item is to highlight that we will be receiving a half-acre land donated to the city by Moses Masagachi, who is the owner and president now of Coastal Bend Lots. And Moses is here today. He's joined with his wife, Claudia. And Moses is a native of Corpus Christi and is known as a prominent home builder and developer here in our community. Moses began developing homes in 2003 as MPM Homes, and he, over that 20-year period, built over 1,200 homes in our city. Earlier this year, after 2 decades of solely building homes, he founded Coastal Bend Lots to serve commercial and residential master plan developments instead of being a home builder. So up in our Cal Allen area, MPM Homes, through his development arm, is developing Royal Oak subdivision. And located behind is Fire Station number 12. That's at 2120 Morgan Avenue Road. And recently Moses approached the city about donating a half-acre of land to the city that is right next to the fire station number 12 for potential, you can see here, for potential expansion and eventually a potential replacement of the fire station as outlined in our long-range CIP, or capital improvement plan. So the donated parcel includes a designated sanitary sewer line on the east side of the property, and it will allow us to tie in to that sewer line at the fire station point. So today that fire station, believe it or not, is on a septic tank. This will allow us to tie it in to the sewer line there because of the donation from Moses. So this item here is just to thank Moses for the land donation to the city. We thank Moses, more importantly though, for his partnership in creating a community here and in being a strong partner in advancing many of our growth and economic development goals here in the city. So Moses, thank you. I don't know if you want to come up and say a quick word.
Technology. Okay. I just want to say thank you.
Me here. Councilman Pesley. Are you on? No, you're not on. Hold on a second. You on? No, we're not on. Oh, you took it off? There you go.
More space. So Moses, thank you very much. It was, when I saw that, I thought, boy, what a home run that is for that fire station, because the people who work there barely have a place to park their cars. Yeah. So this will be a great addition. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman Roy. Hold on. Well, hang on, I'm getting. Can
you hear me?
No, give me a second here. What? There, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Moses and Claudia, I appreciate everything you guys do. I know that District 1 in our community, you've done several things in terms of developing and improving that area. And I know there's a lot of other things to come, and we appreciate it. And this is just another example of what you guys do for the community. And I know that this council and the city appreciates it greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Mastigasi. We do appreciate you've always been a big community leader and partner. So this is a big deal, especially because it's for our public safety, our firefighters.
Mayor, I just want to say thank you too.
Everybody say thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Mayor, and then our final item, we're going to put up a few slides here as well, but it's just to highlight some of the major business items coming up over the next 3 months. We did include in the material for your agenda today this in a memo format, but we want to cover 5 things. So talk a little bit about seawater desalinization and water management. Item 2 would be to talk to you about how we will be engaging stakeholders in the community on our Type A sales tax renewal and bond 2024 that we're in the midst of developing. Just give you a quick update on impact fees and some of the key dates coming up. We know we've been working on impact fees for 3 years. And then our budget preparation has one note, and then just to close out with some other notable events coming up. So this is important for us as a team and for the community as well, who we welcome in many of these events coming up. So one of our biggest initiatives is bringing more water security to our community, and our seawater desalinization plant in our Inner Harbor is moving forward based on some historic votes City Council took earlier this year. This week, our CCW team, our Corpus Christi water team, will be traveling to Houston to talk to them, the Houston water team there, as well as several contractors who helped them build what is described as the world's biggest water project to date. And it's not a desal plant, but still we can learn lessons from how they procured and constructed their facility. On Thursday of this week, the mayor, myself, Drew Molly, and Ryan Skrabacek will be in Austin at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. There, the commission will consider an intake permit that we applied for many years ago for the second site that the City Council has ranked as a priority, and that would be at the La Quinta Channel. So that's Thursday, and in the afternoon, the commission will hear our application for the intake. And then this Friday, a very important date for seawater desalinization, that's when we will be releasing step 1 of our request to secure a design builder team for the Inner Harbor project. And so this Friday we'll be releasing the request for qualifications. We've been working on it in earnest. It's much thicker than these 2 volumes here because there's some appendices that aren't on here. But this gets released to the community, the builder developer community, who are very well versed in it. We had a great contractor day that many of the persons there told me they have been to many of these and they've never seen one so well organized and so well attended. So we want to repeat what we've heard before, which is that the world is watching this project and there's tremendous interest. And so this Friday is the request for qualification issuance for the Inner Harbor site. Continuing in April, we have a planned scheduled TCEQ public hearing for the Inner Harbor desalinization site. This is for the discharge permit. We know we already have the intake permit, and so this step here is required for the discharge. That's scheduled on April 18th. There'll be an evening meeting at the American Bank Center. That's open to the public. We're advertising it. Persons at that meeting will include TCEQ experts, as well as our city team will be at the head of the table taking questions and comments from anybody that wants to speak to us. And then with City Council on April 23rd, this deals with our water management strategies. We'll be coming to Council and we'll be doing work to lead up to that date, but to review and update our drought contingency plan. That's our business plan that manages water, and so we know we're in stage 2. That's an example of when we go into various stages and what do we do in each stage. So that's coming back to Council. TCEQ requires a 5-year update, and that'll happen on around that April 23rd timeframe. And then later in June, we have another trip planned to Carlsbad, California. That's for city staff members and interested council members to learn about their seawater desalinization plant, which is described as one of the newest and most technology advanced plant. It produces about 50 million gallons of seawater desalinization, fresh water, every day. So we're going to talk to their plant operators, their persons that were there when they procured the system and built it, and learn from them things that we can do here to improve our own process. So this is a very good trip planned in Carlsbad, California, to see one of 2 seawater desalinization plants in America. The other one's in Tampa. This one is described by our consultants as being the preferred site to see because of it's newer, produces more water, and it's more technologically advanced than the Tampa site. Okay, so moving along to Type A sales tax and the bond program, we've combined these together because we'll be out in the community, 5 different meetings on both. We're in the process now in the month of March of getting stakeholder engagement. So that includes groups like Visit Corpus Christi, the hoteliers, and our bond program, various business associations and interest groups. That'll happen in March, but in April. But in May, we're going to be out in the community for a 2-week period, and then we'll also have about a 30-day public engagement forum through surveys online and other matters and other means. And so we'll be doing these together when we hit the community. So you can see here some of the dates. We have dates for 4 of the community meetings. We're working to finalize the date for City Council District 4, but you can see Monday, May 6th, we have the District 1 community meeting. It's not necessarily the District 1, but it's hosted in City Council District 1. Anybody can attend. There's one at the Lindale Senior Center on the 8th of May. There's one on May 9th at the Veteran Memorial High School on our south side. There's one on the 15th of May that'll be at Corpus Christi Water Choke Canyon Room. And then the District 4 will be at the Ethel Irely Senior Center, and we're securing that final date, and we'll notify the community of it. So not on this slide is what's going to happen this next month of April, and that is stakeholder engagement for both of those venues, and then we'll go out to the community in May. So impact fees, Moses is here a few moments ago at the microphone, and he is chairing the state required 15-member Community Action Advisory Committee that's helping in the development of impact fees. This is to bring a more robust funding stream and method to build new subdivisions in our community. We know that we have a very unique trust fund system that we couldn't find any example of it like it in the country. And so the impact fees are consistent with other building techniques used across the country. We have been working on this for 3 years, and we're getting towards the end now. So some important dates to highlight. These are open to the public, to the council, and to the public. This Thursday will be one of 2 final meetings to discuss and vote on impact fees. And so the SEAC, as we call them, they voted on the master plans, as did the council. That says this is where water, sewer, stormwater, and roads should be built in our community. The second step is the impact fee to develop a rate proposal for those various infrastructures. So March 28th, Moses is going to lead that team of 14 community members to get some of the fees approved in those 4 areas. And if there's more time needed, we have April 18th as well to continue that work. And between those 2 dates, Moses and the team are confident that we'll have a recommended impact fee rate for those 4 infrastructure categories: water, wastewater, stormwater, and streets, to present to City Council for consideration of adoption and approval. And that system would replace our antiquated and under-delivering in terms of revenue trust fund system. The team, I will attest, have worked very hard. Your appointees, and I appoint persons myself. They're very knowledgeable. We have a very diverse group of persons on there, appointed by all 9 council members and the city manager as required by state law. And then finally, on May 15, the impact fees will continue with a joint work session on the fees. We know we did this on the master plans, but this will be on the fees. And so that'll be a joint workshop with the City Council, the Planning Commission, and in this case, we're going to invite the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee to be present. So it'll be a big meeting where the SEAC, as we call them, will talk to the City Council and the Planning Commission about their recommendations. So these come from the grassroots. It's not something city staff told the committee what to do. They're doing it on their own initiative. Okay, now let's switch to one of our favorite topics, and that's the budget development. And that's going to begin soon with what we did last year. We started it off with a council goal-setting session on the budget. And so we're going to do that again this year. That's scheduled, and it's already on your calendars for April 30th. It'll be in the afternoon for a few hours, and it's going to be in the City Council chambers here. But for that meeting, we'll have a program for the City Council to talk about budget goals and strategies and kind of some of the parameters that'll help us guide the development of a proposed budget. And then City Council will deliberate with work sessions, community engagement, and one of the City Council's major responsibilities in the city charter is adoption of the budget and appropriating those funds. So this first meeting is very important in setting setting the tone for what will be in that budget development process. And then finally, Mayor and Council, just some final notable events. They're not necessarily tied to any one of those 4 other kind of business areas, but next week we have the very exciting Packery Channel ribbon cutting, and we'll have state and federal representatives here with us for that very important milestone. We know that's, I think, over $15 million restoration project that the federal government helped us to help pay for fixing what happened during Hurricane Harvey many years ago. That'll be at the site on April 3rd. On April 10th, later next week, our landfill gas to energy project, the operators of that, that is generating what will be millions to the city, helping us keep rates low. We're going to have a ribbon cutting there at our landfill. And then May 1, that'll be on a Wednesday in the evening, is our very exciting water garden ribbon cutting, the official one. We did a test last Friday on the lighting system, and they put some water in there as well. And so to see how the lights work, they had 9 programs of lighting. They have about, local contractor has about 20 to 30 days left of punch lists and final work. And we'll be ribbon cutting the water garden on May 1st in the evening, so we can get the effect of the lights and the sound. And it is beautiful from the experience that we experienced last Friday. So it's on our council calendar at this point, May 1, for a community celebration, really, as well as a ribbon cutting for the water garden. And then finally, to note here, June 3rd to June 5th is the annual Coastal Bend to DC advocacy trip. And so normally city council members, as well as other leaders in our community, to include the Port of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, other leaders, send a delegation to Washington, D.C. to make sure the legislators there and agency heads know about Corpus Christi, care about our issues, will advocate on behalf of our community at the federal level. This is organized by the Chamber of Commerce, the United Chamber of Commerce, and we hope that many council members will go, because this advocacy is a very big part in making sure that we're cared for here from the federal level. So, Mayor and Council and the community, that concludes just a quick update. There's obviously a lot more going on than that in our city here at City Hall, but those are some of the major events we want to put on everybody's radar for the next 3 months.
We appreciate the highlight, Peter. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Peter. One thing that I noticed that was missing in your report was the update for the Mary Roads pipeline. What happened with that?
Yeah, I wasn't missing, Councilwoman. So there's a lot of projects that we'll be updating the council on. In about 2 months, we'll have the final report on the Mary Roads pipeline.
I thought we were closer than that.
No, we're not.
Still going to take another 2 months.
We have the draft report today, but our firm that we hired, that City Council approved to be hired, is finalizing a lot of the work. We have some draft reports and some initial material that was given to us from a device that was put into the Mary Roads pipeline from the beginning to the end that kind of looked at the integrity of the pipeline. So within about 2 months, we'll have that study, and then we'll be making recommendations for what do we have to do to improve the 25-year-old pipeline.
Okay, so right now we're in March. We're going to start our budget talks in next month, and we're still not going to have an idea as to how much it would cost us for us to budget working on the Mary Roads pipeline. Is that what I'm?
No, that's not what you're hearing.
Okay, what am I? Okay.
What we do, Councilwoman, so the budget goal setting session, you may recall from last year, is high level goal setting.
Yes.
With the council, we'll talk about things like the property tax rate, is our focus streets, do we want to add more police officers, that type of thing. By the time June comes around, the city charter requires me to present a budget to the city council, a proposed budget. We'll be doing that, we'll be developing that in May, June timeframe and presenting it to council in late July. So by late July, when I present to you the proposed budget, we'll have recommendations for the Mary Roads pipeline, because by then we'll have the report and we'll make some recommendations in there for short-term and long-term investments.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's an important
Klein.
project, so we appreciate you bringing it up.
Sorry. Councilman Klein.
Mayor, I see it's already 12:14, so I'm going to hold my questions and comments until after the public comment, if that's all right with you.
We started a little
That's
late.
fine, but we did start late because we have one more after you, Councilman Wesley. You can go ahead.
So, Peter, I just wanted to check with you about this.
Right.
You're talking about the, I guess, RFP scheduled for this Friday, is that right?
The which one, Councilman?
The RFP for...
Yes, sir. Yeah, the release of the RFQ, request for qualifications.
RFQ, sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
So do you have concerns that there's still a civil rights complaint that's outstanding yet that's not been resolved regarding this project? And there's still not city's still lacking a discharge permit for this project. Is it normal to issue RFQs this early in the process before those types of issues are resolved?
Yes, it is normal. So based on our consultants' work across the world, this is not unusual. In Houston, in fact, the trip that we're taking, some of the team members are taking later this week, they did the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. They didn't have all their permits, but what they needed was water, and so they began the project in anticipation that they would receive the permits. And we have strong confidence in both. One, on the civil rights issue, it basically has been sent to another agency, and the representative at Dallas that was working on it last said they really don't see much of an issue here, and so they sent it to Louisiana to basically close it out. That's their words, kind of paraphrased.
They verbally said that they haven't sent anything in writing.
No, we don't have anything in writing yet, but I mean, that verbal commitment, we work with partners across many agencies, and we take their word for pretty good. So we're not overly concerned. We care about our community. We care about the Hillcrest residents. I just met with them yesterday on the bridge matter and the four parks and the three-party agreement. And so we have confidence there. We're not dismissing the issue, but based on the federal government's feedback to us, we're confident that we'll come to a conclusion on that. On the permits, the Port of Corpus Christi, who plans to give the permit to us, has already received a discharge permit for what the Heart Institute at Texas A&M Corpus Christi has described as a more sensitive area. And so given that, we don't see any reason to think that TCEQ wouldn't give us a discharge permit for a less sensitive area, as described by experts at the Heart Institute. So those two reasons give us confidence that it's best for the community and actually for the region to quickly advance the seawater desalinization project, given that our water supplies are terribly low, and the forecast doesn't seem to be improving. And that could be a drought of that could change, but we know that the demand for water from all classifications, residential, commercial, and industrial, is higher than it has been in the past. And so we need more water security. The City Council in the past decade has taken umpteen votes and has engaged the community probably more on this than any other issue. So it's moving forward. We want to be mindful of the community, the need for water, and the costs that continue to go up. So the more and the longer we wait, the worse it is to the ratepayer.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, I just want to say, you made a very pertinent comment when you said we've been working on this PIAC funding deal for 3 years. But
3 years, right?
The concern I have, and the mayor and I and Councilman Suckley were given kind of an overview yesterday of some of the ins and outs of what's going to happen with the program. But I just want to say that I hope after 3 years, bringing this back to the council and expecting us in one meeting to decide what we are and aren't going to do without some, significant input as to how this is going to work, isn't what is going to be expected of this council.
Yeah.
We need to have a fair opportunity to apprise ourselves of all the ins and outs of this program.
Right. Yeah, Councilman, I hear you. That's in the plans. Nobody here is expecting a one meeting vote. That would be foolish of us. So as an example, there's a joint work session. There'll be briefings at City Council. There's going to be 5 community meetings that persons like ourselves can attend to get additional information. We can do one-on-one briefings.
But those community meetings are fine, but that, we are expected to vote on approval.
Right, yeah.
And whether or not we attend those community meetings or not, it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah.
I want to have the information here where I can ask questions about it and where we have an opportunity to educate ourselves on how this program is going to work.
Absolutely. That's in the plans, Councilman. We'll get you the detailed calendar. There's not just one action, there's not one event. There's numerous events to educate you, the council, and the community. I wanted to add that as well. That's why I talked about the community engagement sessions.
Okay.
We'll get you the full-blown calendar so you're fully aware.
All right. Very good.
Yes,
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Does that conclude your report?
That does conclude our city
Great.
manager's report, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to move on as we proceed to item G, public comment. I would like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting and every council meeting that we have. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. So we've received feedback from the community regarding our adherence to our own policies and decorum, prompting us to reiterate our commitment to these principles. So as you entered the council chambers, you were handed a leaflet outlining our council policy and decorum, which we urge everyone to familiarize themselves with. It is incumbent upon me as the mayor and each council member to adhere these policies diligently. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it is not the sole method. You can reach out to any of your council members and myself by phone calls, by emails, or even by scheduling a one-on-one or an in-person appointment. With that, let's go ahead and proceed with public comment and keeping in mind the importance of decorum and the adherence to this policy. So before we begin, as usual, I would like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience. They're for your reference. Mr. Risley, please proceed.
And Mayor, while he's pulling up his notes, you may have mentioned, but we did pass this out. So this is, if anybody in the audience does not have this little brochure, okay, we're going to pass one out to the persons with their hand raised. We'll pass this out to you, but this is simple, and this summarizes what the mayor said, which is we have over 3 decades of council policy on how we should conduct community input, and so we're following the council approved policy of how we conduct business here. And so what Miles is going to go over is nothing new. It's just that we've gotten away from following decorum and protocol. And the community has reached out to us, to myself, to the council members, the mayor, and said, you guys need to follow your own rules when it comes to citizen comment, and we haven't been. So today we're trying to begin to do that, to really respond to citizen concern who've accused us, rightly so, of not following our own rules, the city council's own rules. So Miles is going to go over those rules. We have this, and we'll be passing it out for the foreseen future to make sure we can re-educate our community on proper decorum and proper presentation here when we speak to council. So Miles, we'll turn it over to you.
Next slide, please. Mayor and members of City Council, all citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and City Council and not to the council members as individuals. Next slide, please.
Hold up, Miles. Can you go back to that slide? I just want to repeat it because we've heard it from several presenters where instead of they say mayor and council or Mayor Guajardo or Councilman Pusley, sometimes you all are referred to as you guys. And just so that's not appropriate. It's in your own policy. It says that anybody speaking to you should say mayor, council members, Mayor Guajardo, and so on. So if we hear somebody say you guys or you people, we'll try to educate the speaker to say that's inappropriate based on. That includes staff, yes, sir. Right. So this is a prominent position in our community, and you deserve the title. And it's in your own policy guidelines that you approve. So we will correct that as people up here speak to the full council. Okay, Miles, go ahead.
Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited.
Okay, Miles, so on that one, an example, if you can put the slide back up. This is in the council approved policies. When people speak at this citizen forum, it needs to be a city related subject matter. So as an example, we let this one by, but recently we spent 2 hours listening to the SPAWN residency program. The city doesn't run the hospital. We're not in charge of a residency program. So really that's not an appropriate matter to be speaking to the city council on. Other examples include Avena, the ammonia plant. The city has nothing to do with Avena. We didn't permit it. It's not in the city limits, so that would be an inappropriate subject matter as well. Speaking on kite sailing is another example. We don't do kite sailing. The city doesn't have kite sails as a program. And then finally, these are just examples so we as a community can begin to think, what do we say when we come up here? Speaking on things like how the RNA and the COVID vaccine is made at the federal government level. We don't make vaccines. So that would be another inappropriate matter, speaking on how the vaccine itself is made and how it works. We're not in the business of doing that. So Miles has it here, and then speaking on non-city related matters is not prohibited. And we have a process that we'll go through here in a moment to help to correct the community who's begun to sign up on some of their issues today that don't appear to be city matters. And we'll go over that after Miles goes through one more slide. Go ahead, Miles.
Next slide, please. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the council business.
Right, and so just to point out here that we want to talk professionally, just like we're doing here, just like the council does with each other. Sometimes our speakers can maybe unintentionally get in a loud state. We've seen some presenters slap the dais or the podium. And it may be deliberate or unintentional, but we want to call that out to say, we're being a little too loud, or we're being a little obscene in our behavior. The whole goal is to have a civil dialogue with our community here at the City Council. The 9 elected officials that are sitting before us deserve that. We're not taking anything away from anybody. What Miles just went over is what's in the City Council approved decorum. You can see some of the ordinances listed there below. It was first approved 30 years ago and most recently updated in I think 2018, Miles, if I'm not mistaken. So 2020, I'm sorry, was the last update you can see on there, ordinance number 032056. So that's the last kind of reminder, Mayor and Council. And this is passed out. We'll continue to pass them out each of our council meetings so we can re-educate our community and ourselves on an appropriate behavior up here. I'll turn it back over to Miles.
These rules are not meant to restrain a citizen's First Amendment rights. This is a limited public forum. It is not meant for non-city matters. City-related matters are matters that relate to the governing body of the City of Corpus Christi. In order to ensure that our public forums remain focused on matters pertaining to the City of Corpus Christi, we kindly request that individuals clearly indicate the city-related topic that they wish to address when signing up to speak. Any remarks on city-related matters may not be permitted until clarification is provided on their relevance to our community. These requests will be thoughtfully reviewed by Michael Rodriguez to assess their connection to city interests and concerns. We kindly invite the following individuals to approach through the glass doors located at the back of the room to provide clarification on their intended subject matter, because it did not clearly indicate that it's city-related within the topic. So the following public commenters will need to go back through the back doors. John Weber, Lillian Bass, Adam Rios, Lucas Rice, and Stephen Pinkston.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Peter, some of the examples that you gave, I think, are a little too broad in terms of what they can speak. For example, the kite surfing.
Right.
Okay, the city, the bay is located within the city of Corpus Christi. They were requesting a venue to where Parks and Recreations where they can have kite surfing. Now, that is a city-related matter. The actual kite surfing, it isn't, but they're wanting to use city facilities or city parks as a method to get there would be considered city-related. Right. So also with regards to the COVID vaccine, our health department administers the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, right.
So anything regarding the COVID vaccine should be considered city-related. I want to say that I understand that you're creating a gatekeeper sort of system through staff, but I think you're creating a system to where you're may prevent us from hearing items. So I would be very cautious with how you're doing this, because I don't want to limit the speech of our citizens with addressing the city council.
Yeah, good point, Councilman. So we do have two persons that are going to help talk to the citizen about what is their issue. So it won't be one person. The mayor ultimately decides. She's the presiding chair. We're just trying to help you follow our own rules that you adopted. That's all. So maybe you're right. Maybe those examples, if I can finish, maybe those examples weren't the best, but it's just that generally we've seen a lot of comments that have very little or nothing at all to do with the city business, and it's clearly stated in your own policy that you all approved.
Okay, I understand, and trust me, I don't like getting lambasted every week for stuff that I don't have anything to do with.
Yeah.
But I understand that we do have that option for citizens to vent themselves onto us, because obviously we don't have anything to do with the ammonia plant, but it affects our citizens. So I want to make sure that we don't be too restricted. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine, Councilman. Thank you.
Yes. Councilman Pesley.
Okay. And I don't know who would answer this, maybe Miles. Someone coming up here and making a personal accusation against one of the council members that's either unfounded or has not been vetted through some legal process or whatever, but just making a personal accusation.
If the personal accusation relates to your duties as a city council person, then it would be a city-related matter. If the personal accusation is about something that does not directly relate to your duties as a city councilman, then it would not be a city-related matter.
I don't see how that's correct, Miles. If we're allowing this venue to come up here and make personal accusations against council members that may or may not be true, that it seems to me like we have some protection on that.
Well, what I'm applying is the rule that's been established. The rule that you've established relates is that it must relate to city-related matters.
I want to know what the legal rule is.
The legal rule is that the breadth of a limited public forum, you can limit the public forum in a manner that is viewpoint neutral.
I don't even know what that means.
And courts are working that out. And the viewpoint, to be viewpoint neutral, any accusation, you can limit it to the nature of the forum itself.
An accusation against this council as a whole, or an accusation against the city is one thing, but an accusation against a council member as an individual is something completely different. And I think you need to get clarified on what the difference is. That's all I have to say, Mayor.
Okay, well, you know what, Councilman Pusley, I'll work with Miles on that, to get an opinion. Okay.
Okay,
Mayor?
Councilwoman Gumpels.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not going to miss my opportunity again to speak out for the 500,000 customers that we are supposed to be serving for water, and that we continue to limit their voices to just 1 minute. I have been advocating for anyone at least that comes in person to be allowed the 3 minutes, at least that, because we are making these decisions. We are we're getting closer on this desalination, and this is going to affect those water ratepayers. They have a say. So again, I know that there's a difference of opinion here, and the mayor does have that discretion, but I hope, and I still will continue to advocate for the people that are here, that are the water ratepayers, that we are making these decisions, and they have just 1 minute of public comment. So that was my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Roy.
Miles, I wanted to back up what Mike Pusley said, because one of the things that it says in our rules, I guess, is that the statement has to be factual, right? Is that correct? And so when you have somebody coming forward with an accusation, most of the time, if it's an accusation, there's no factual base. And I think you need to really look into that, because that's kind of what we're talking about. We've had in the past where somebody just makes a flippant comment like last week, which has no basis, and they're talking about relationships and those type of things, and attacking this council. That's an accusation.
And that comment that you just described would be a violation of the rules.
Thank you.
And so just the mayor is obviously the presiding chair, council members, but we're going to help the council out in pointing out these deficiencies in our speakers from now on. Not because we want to, but because the community, well, we want to, but the community has reached out to us on more than one occasion saying, you guys need to follow your own rules. You're not doing it. So that's what we're going to do today. And Councilman Hernandez, these aren't my rules. We'll try to, and we hear you about, we're not going to censure. And if there's a question, we'll ask the chair, the presiding chair, the mayor, did you want to hear this matter or not? So we appreciate that clarification. Yes, sir. Okay, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I think y'all need to be very, very careful on this. I understand what the council members are saying, but we've had a lot of issues with this in the past. Two things that are pretty obvious: you can't single anybody out. That's been in the rules for a very, very long time, and we've had lots of arguments over this. But another thing is you can't campaign on that dais, right? I mean, on that microphone right there. So if someone does go in campaigns for their position to run for city council right there, does that disqualify them? So then why would we have that rule?
As long as you're making a fact-based statement, like you said, factual statement concerning a city-related issue, then they're allowed to make those statements. General campaigning on as long as it would still need to be limited to a fact-based statement on a matter related to a city issue.
But what I'm saying is you've had an individual go up there probably 10 times in the last 8 years saying, and I'm running for city council. They cannot do that. And that should be stopped immediately. And if it is not, then we need to have some sort of obligation saying that they're allowed to, because you can't disqualify them from running for office. So then they should be allowed to do that. So I don't know where you're going to figure that out, but it has to be figured out, or some sort of disqualification process, which we can't do. So just think about it.
Good point, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Hunter. Especially with the elections upon us, we could add that to our card here. To the brochure. We'll have Miles do, and I'll work with them to do some checking across the state to see is it prohibited. I've heard in my prior place I worked that was prohibited. It was a violation. So we're going to see if that applies here as well, and if it does, we'll add it to our educational material.
Yeah, and it may require some clarification or a recommended clarification in order to specifically be within the rules of decorum as you've described, if that's what you're requesting.
Well, I'm not requesting it. That's what's written down already.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. One other thing I wanted to ask is when that person that is making the public comment is violating one of our rules here, at what point or who is it the mayor that's supposed to direct that person and say, hey, you're violating the rules of decorum, or is it our secretary, or is it Miles?
As mentioned a moment ago, Miles is going to assist in letting us know this is in violation, or whatever it is that's happening could be against our policy, and let us know.
Okay, so it will be depending on Miles. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor.
Oh, you want to put your light on again? I'm still working on this. There you go. Oh, again. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. To Councilman Compos's question, essentially the same thing, which is trying to understand procedurally. Now that we can shut off mics and things, I didn't know who was going to be responsible for interjecting of something that was restricted or not allowed and how that was going to work. So that'll be interesting to see. So will it be after the fact that Miles will say, we're going to let them complete and that was unacceptable, we won't allow that to happen again, or?
No, the expectation, and let me reiterate, I'm going to go back a little bit to Councilman Hernandez's point. This is not to, these are, I said this earlier, these chambers, they don't belong to us sitting at this dais. They belong to the people. And this microphone here is for the people. We serve the people. And so all we are doing is addressing what's been on the book, so to speak, for 30 years, but it's kind of gone off the rails a little bit. And this is no different than a board meeting. You walk into any board meeting, a $1.5 billion organization, you walk into their board meeting, and there's going to be professionalism. There are going to be things that are not allowed because it is a professional board. This is no different. We're the guardians of the tax dollar to the tune of $1.5 billion. We have to keep our meetings efficient, productive, and professional. So we're not making anything new. We're not creating new rules. We're not trying to do something. We are trying to do something different, which is abide by the very rules that decades of council have supported and created through council policy and the rules of decorum. No different than your rules in your own home. You allow certain things, you allow certain behaviors, and you don't allow some because it's not conducive to a good family unit. So we are going with Miles' help because, again, nobody sits anyone down to say, these are all the do's and don'ts when we become council members or mayors of this particular policy. So again, it's come to our attention. We want to hear from our constituents, but again, this is a business meeting. So as it states in the policy, it must be conducive to city business. If that happens, Councilman Suckley, yes, Mr. Risley will be kindly interrupting someone to let them know, educating them that, this is not, but again, we're going to try and do prior to the person getting to the podium to let them know, well, in what sense, to Mr. Hernandez's point, to what degree is this or isn't this city related? Now, if there's someone at the podium midway through something that, is acceptable to comment on and it gets a little bit maybe off the rails, if you will, Mr. Risley will kindly, interrupt and say, I'm sorry, we're going against the policy right now, and ask them to please, pull back from that. That's the expectation. Any other comments or questions, councilmen and women? Okay.
I have a question. Can somebody figure out what that humming noise is?
It is the air conditioner. So the humming noise is the air conditioner, and I think that's something that's being looked into, the little humming noise. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on. Individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. And for those speaking in person, please remember that the meeting is recorded, and we ask you to speak into the microphone at the podium, stating your name and address before beginning your comments. You have two opportunities to make public comments on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. Please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So with that, let's see. Our first commenter is Mr. John Weber. Today we have a total of 6 public comment individuals. Mr. Weber.
It's on our, let's see. Yeah, there we go, Mr. Weber, it's on.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Trust starts with open discussions, part 1. I will be addressing the mayor and the city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights according to the city attorney, section 5J. As pointed out in Trust Starts with Honesty, part 4, Councilmember Roy met about the MOU with Councilmember Hernandez and Commissioner Engel. Now I'm just going to read some documents that I got from the city. Next slide. February 10th, MOU number 3. Mike, I went ahead and added my comments into the document in red. Dan, next slide. February 16th, MOU number 5. Suggestions in red. Dan, next slide. February 18th, MOU number 6. Thanks, Gil. Is that how we want to proceed? Fine either way, but maybe just insert scheduled behind regular. Dan, next slide. February 21st, MOU number 6B. Looks good, Gil. My only comment is, should we add alternative? Dan. Please take a note, Councilmember Dan Suckley is using his American Bank email address while helping edit the MOU. Next slide. March 15th, final MOU from Councilmember Pusley to Councilmember Suckley. Next slide. February 25th, how did the meeting go with MH? He sounded supportive. I sent him the latest MOU. Next slide. February 27th, Councilmember Hunter, I've been brought into the MOU discussions just to give you a heads up on the topic. Next slide. March 15th, MOU version 8B, and the agenda memo from Councilmember Pusley to Councilmember Hunter. Next slide. The agenda memo, which lists Councilmembers Pusley, Hunter, Suckley, and Hernandez. Next slide. March 15th, final MOU from Councilmember Pusley to Councilmember Hunter. These text messages and emails provide a fraction of the evidence legally obtained from records requests. They confirm the involvement of Councilmember Suckley and Councilmember Hunter in private communications regarding the MOU with the port about desalination and alternative water supplies behind the back of the mayor and other council members. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Lily?
That's not true. I have a comment to make.
Can you turn? Thank you.
Statement of fact, that's what I want to say.
Hold on a second.
Statement of fact is Mr. Weber's charges against myself and Councilman Hernandez were by a vote of 9-0 thrown out of the Ethics Commission meeting last week.
Thank you, Councilman. Lillian Bass.
Hello, I'm Lillian Bass. I live at 3640 Austin Street. Better get my glasses on. I'm here to tell you about the Lights Out Texas program that centers on the idea that just turning off non-essential lights in both residential areas as well as business districts from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. during peak migration months can make a huge difference in the successful migration of birds. You may not know this, but songbirds migrate at night and generally go by celestial navigation, and lights and glass confuses them and they hit the glass. Many cities in the United States and in Texas, including the cities of San Antonio, Houston, Galveston, Austin, Dallas, and Brownsville, have adopted this voluntary program as a simple cost and energy-saving effort to reduce the number of birds colliding with buildings due to light pollution. I retired from Del Mar College last August after teaching biology for 34 years and am a member of the South Texas Master Naturalists, the Audubon Outdoor Club, and the National Audubon Society. After years of seeing dead birds from building collisions, I conducted a survey on the Del Mar campuses during April of 2023. Over 30 dead birds were reported during this peak migration time. Some of these birds literally flew thousands of miles from Central or South America only to become disoriented and suffer from a deadly collision once they reach the coast of Texas. Corpus Christi is located within a major migratory flyway, and I invite you to visit Blucher Park within the month of April particularly after a little cold front, to see the diversity of migratory songbirds that stop to refuel as they pass through our area. You'll also see birders from all over the country that come to experience these birds. I've included a link to a 4-minute video that's an overview of the project. There's no time now, but when you have a chance, I encourage you to watch it. Today, and this is where it's city-related, I'd like to request that the Lights Out Texas program be supported by the city of Corpus Christi, and that Corpus eventually become a Texas city with a Lights Out proclamation and resolution. It's a relatively simple initiative that can have a huge impact on bird migration and may also result in savings of energy and money. The Lights Out Texas program website has an extensive list of resources with links to information not only about the program itself, but also links to proclamations and resolutions from other Texas cities, guidelines for both homeowners and building managers, and media toolkits. The Coastal Bend region is well known for birding, and the importance to our environment as well as to our economy shouldn't be overlooked. We're all familiar with the quiet uproar, and that's the best kind, created by the cattle tyrant. So do I better stop right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and if y'all do have any questions or need any assistance with this plan, let me know.
Ms. Bass, thank you. My staff is in the back, and we'd love to talk to you about that.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. D-Lynn Torres?
D-Lynn Torres, 617 Lansdowne. Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo, City Council members, City Manager, staff, and citizens. I represent Salinas Park, located on Airport Road. I'm here on behalf of Express Soccer Club that utilizes the park, along with all the children that utilize the playground, basketball court, pavilion, and the fields themselves. Two concerns. The first concern is the Airport Road project. And I understand, I was very excited when it was finally coming to fruition, because I was one of the first ones that said Airport Road is one of the worst streets in the city of Corpus Christi. So we're very excited. My concern, though, is from a safety issue. The construction on a major scale started yesterday morning, and now the park itself is limited to only one, quote, exit/entrance instead of the two. In turn, we're doubling the amount of traffic that is going across our wonderful walking path. And it is a major walking path. So that's my first concern. The second concern has to do with the park itself and the fact that the pump for the sump station that takes care of the two restroom facilities apparently is down, and we are limited to portable toilets for over a month now. This past week, it went down to 2 units for the entire Salinas Park. That doesn't cover all those little kiddos out there that need restroom facilities. So I'm hoping that prior to Easter weekend, we can increase it from 2 to more, or even better, actually having open facilities with proper sinks and so forth. If not by Easter weekend, obviously on my own stingy self, hoping before April 20th, because we're closing out our spring season. We will have 24 teams out there from all over the Coastal Bend area playing, and along with bringing in food truck, lemon shakers, so that it is an official soccer family-oriented event. Thank you so much to the staff who've been assisting us, and to Councilman Barrera for your assistance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Adam Rios?
Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City staff. Digging the new vibe in here. Everything's so bright and lit. Can see all my faults. Since my last visit, local news decided to expand on and report on my comments regarding the monetary net dollars and effects that skateboarding has had in alternative sports in the area. For instance, there was just a contest in North Beach area that had several high-profile retired professional skateboarders, which are like celebrities for the kids here in town. I'd like to thank Visit Corpus Christi for reaching out to a local skate shop and inviting them onto their website to start helping promote the sport. I'd like to see Visit Corpus Christi get a little more involved so that they could have helped us promote the contest that just happened, but we're all learning this together. I was asked fairly recently to show you how much this is going, to reach out. I was reached out to by someone at a state level that wants to expand on alternative sports and have Corpus sort of be a highlight and spearhead alternative sports in Texas, which I think benefits all of us. I have been asked several times while out in public how I manage to sort of make things happen and the messages that I try and sort of relay to you guys. And I came up with this, and I guess it's in the spirit of everything that was discussed earlier. I always answer them with a really simple response: civil discourse. Civil discourse is a conversation in which there is a mutual airing of views. It is not a contest. Rather, it is intended to promote mutual understanding. Civil discourse follows general rules of polite behavior. And I posted this on my site, and I just want to continue reading this. I do get asked occasionally how I make progress here in Corpus Christi. The answer isn't always easy to digest for some people. I tell them I use patience, passion, and civil discourse, all three of which are key. As a business owner and a quasi-role model to kids in the community, I'm trying to set an example. I want future generations to understand how important it is to be articulate as well as fierce with your words. It's okay to be angry, just make sure your statements are clear and valid, not insulting. There's enough chaos in the world and there's enough ignorance amongst us. I choose to be an advocate. I choose to be a light. We can differ in opinion, we can differ in cause, and even occasionally in candidate. But I'm trying to do something that has an impact, something that uplifts a new generation of kids here in Corpus. That's how, it's not like it happened overnight. After almost 2 years, we can notice a change within the sport of skateboarding locally. It may not be something you agree with or understand, but it's not about you or even me. It's about doing something for our community that has long-lasting positive results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Stephen Pinkston?
Good afternoon, City Council members and other people here. Addressing a safety issue here in Corpus Christi in relation to our city's infrastructure, the city freeway. I was invited.
Sir, can you please state your name and address? I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can you please state your name and address, please, for the record?
Apologize. My name is Stephen Patrick Pinkston. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, Texas. And I was concerned.
Your address. You have to state your address as well.
5725 Curtis Clark Drive.
Thank you.
I was concerned about an issue here in the city regarding the traffic freeway. I was here 3 weeks ago on a city utility matter and met Mr. Peter Zanoni on the entrance to the steps of this building. He personally invited me to come in and address the issue with you. It's a part of our city freeway where you come from Greenwood to turn on the crosstown and from Ayers to turn on the crosstown. My suggestion to y'all, if you investigate to prevent an accident, there's been incidents there, the white plastic portable things as a divider, they're collapsed. People are bypassing them and doubling back to exit at Galahar. So I'm here for a safety issue. I obtained my license at 14 years old. I'll be 73 years old tomorrow. I drove 18-wheelers for 46 years. I've been driving for 59 years. I'm bringing this up not only for myself, but all of you and visitors to this city. My suggestion, quickly telling you, if you could see it possible, the white paint is on the ground and it bypasses the Galahar exit, but they're coming around it. If y'all could possibly get concrete barriers to follow that white paint on the ground to the very end, it could very well save a life and stop further incidents of traffic accidents and so forth. So that was my purpose in being here, and I appreciate y'all recognizing me to speak out. I'm retired. Retired 5 years ago in San Antonio and moved back here. I love it here. This is my home, and I'm going to stay here the remainder of my life. I first experienced Corpus Christi in 1982 to 97 on a job transfer out of San Antonio with Yellow Freight. This since then has gone out of business, but I was, well, retired. So I appreciate y'all receiving my comments, and to Mr. Zanoni for allowing me in here. I know the barriers, they're sitting somewhere in the city if you deem necessary. So without running up a cost with y'all, it would be the labor to install them. The flatbed trucks could bring them out, but I'm sure all y'all know the area because you've been on that. It's the ones that's really coming from Greenwood, crossing over and coming back against the traffic. I've seen that with my own eyes. It's the gospel truth. So it's a safety issue, and I hope y'all consider it. And thank you very much for receiving.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkston.
Yes.
Happy birthday, and we'll definitely address. Okay.
Question, please.
Councilman Pusley.
Question of clarification. Sir, are you talking about the frontage road?
I think it's the actual highway, Councilman. I think it's.
Is it TxDOT or is it TxDOT?
It's a TxDOT facility. It's Ernie, you know what maybe have Ernie come up because huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, just so the council knows though, it's.
Okay, I didn't know city or TxDOT.
It's okay, yeah.
It's okay.
Mr. Pinkston, but it's a TxDOT facility, right, Ernie? Yeah. But it's the main lanes, right? It's not the.
Ernie Del Garza, Director of Public Works. Yes, sir, he's talking about a TxDOT facility, but I think he's also explaining where the off-ramp goes onto the city portion of Galahar, so I can talk to him and get the.
Okay, let's get a map, because I think if the reason I asked him to come, well, actually, he said he wanted to come, and I said, come on in, but
okay.
It's a safety concern. It's one where we have to work with TxDOT.
Yes, sir.
The delineators are missing. Those things are the worst things they invented because they never stay up.
Correct.
So traffic can cut right through and hit another oncoming vehicle.
Right.
That's the issue. So we need to talk to TxDOT.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ernie.
Yes, sir.
And our last comment, public comment, is Lucas Rice. Is Lucas Rice with us? Lucas Rice is not with us. Okay. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Regarding the public comment that was handed to us in writing that came in, Janet Newcomb, I just wanted to let council know that she also emailed myself and Mr. Zanoni directly this morning, and I've already reached out to Wes and Drew to address this.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, Mayor and Peter, are we scheduling, or do we just do it after like a council retreat or vision, values, and mission?
Yeah, the mayor,
Yes.
right, yeah. What we scheduled so far is the budget goal setting, but the mayor and the council should need to talk about the retreat.
Is that going to be here, or is it going to? Is that going to be here, or is it going to be at typically off-site when we have something?
Yeah, so what I've been tasked with is just the budget goal setting session. So this is not the retreat. This is not the annual or biannual council retreat.
And if we're not, it's okay. It's
Right.
just set.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just going back to this rules of decorum. I mean, I'm of the personal belief, and I've been a target myself, of the condescension and the act to try and humiliate, or the issue of, being called a sellout or whatever, or asked to resign, or whatever the case is. And so, but I believe people have their constitutional right to speak their piece. And so I just I decided I'm going to run for office. And like I said, 45%, and in the last case, 48.5% said that they didn't want me in office. At least when I ran for city council. Much more earlier, just recently. But my point is that, Miles and Mayor, I guess we need to, as a group, understand what's relative. And I'm not trying to target Mr. Weber. I don't particularly agree with everything that he says, and I think a lot of it is not relevant. I think the information that he just came up with, and I'm just offering an opinion, and I'm not trying to speak back to him. I understand, but I think there's a fine line that we need to determine what this council is willing to tolerate without censoring the public. You know, and I think maybe we need to have, rather than just discussing it prior to public comment, that we need to have a clear understanding where the council understands what's relevant and what's not. I mean, I know when it was public open records request was, and I know we did it in an executive session, but I don't think we need to do an executive. Open records request asked for any and all text messages that I had with the mayor, and included were pictures of my grandchildren. And Miles said, well, that's not city related. Well, I understand, but I guess that's a thing. If the majority of the council is not in favor of it, I understand. But I'm just trying to throw that out there, that we're trying to, number one, as we indicated, this is a place where business is conducted and needs to be conducted with professionalism. I agree with that 100%. You know, but you know, I think there are times that when an individual is condescending, or once again, their intent to humiliate, because that's what it is on occasion. That I obviously think that that's out of line, but I'm just saying that I think there needs to be a point of discussion where we can comfortably interact without wasting everybody's time and staff time. And if the public wants to attend an item on that particular agenda because all our meetings are public, then they can participate, or they can watch it, instead of us just throwing it right here before public comment, because it's already, I'm sure Mike's going to get hungry pretty soon. So I'm just saying that I think it needs to be handled better, so that way the public has an understanding and we have an understanding. All right, and we can choose to disagree about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos?
You just turned it off.
I turned myself off.
You know what, I think yes. And I turned, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. You know what, I also have an issue with these. These were just handed right now, and of course, it's not Sarah's fault. What I have an issue with is people take the time to email us or to, you know, go on the system and put their public comments, but yet I don't see them anywhere. I've been saying that. I think it would be appropriate, at least for somebody, maybe, you know, someone to be designated to read at least the topic as to what, you know, that person is trying to communicate, because they're important. I mean, right now it happens to be in Councilman Suckley's district, but I know that I have received some and they don't get read. I barely get to read them. I think there needs to be something done with this, that we can do a better job in trying to communicate with our community, because this is one way that we say, right? We say, well, they can email, they can call, but this, giving these, what's the system that we used at the, because it's not about you. This one is not. This one, you have to go
online. It's called Jot Forms.
Okay.
It's just a special software that's used.
Exactly. And so we're the only ones that see it. And it's just, I think we need to do just a better job.
But please note that the comments are attached to the minutes as part of the public record. So they are attached, but it is afterwards.
Here's what I would say, and I've said it before, years ago. This is for us, for you, for the council. I don't know that Ms. Newcomb, I don't know that her concern is, read my comment out in public. It's address the comment. So in my opinion, if this is going to the city secretary, Norma Duran, this needs to be distributed to the council, and the council district person should be the person that says, I need to address this. This is in my district. And then, of course, if they need at-large members or the mayor, of course, that would be fine. But I think the goal here is Ms. Newcomb wants something addressed, and she is sending it to the city secretary's office to submit as public comment. Now, maybe she wants it read. I don't know. I don't know Ms. Newcomb, but I believe that Councilman Suckley has already address this particular issue. And it would be my, I don't want to say assumption, but I think if council members receive an email and it's your district, that you would say, I'm going to reach out to this person because they sent it to us.
Right, but, okay, you're right. I have people that email me, but this one is a different process. It's the jot form system. So we don't know that the people that are using this jot form system is, because we just, right now, it was distributed to all of us.
Right.
And because Councilman Suckley said, I don't know if you did, but, I just look at the address. It doesn't say it's District 4 or 5. It doesn't. I wouldn't know unless he said it's my constituent. So I just think if it was at least had the district, then I'd know, okay, it's, his, and I, let him take care of it. But it doesn't
has
say.
her address. It has her address. So
if we could just add,
we can add the district.
Okay, thank you.
And then Ms. Huerta, if you can make sure that this was sent at 9:10 this morning. So that's the day of the council meeting. Again, the point is that her issue get taken care of. So Ms. Huerta, you would, because it was sent in through that particular, the jot form, then it needs to be sent out to everyone. But of course, the council member, it's incumbent on the council member to say, hey, this is my district. I'm going to handle it. I'm going to take care of it or address it, which,
Well, and the other issue is this, that the OSO water treatment, I mean, it goes into my district as well. So, I mean, I would be concerned, and I'm grateful that we all get it, but, thank you.
No, good point, because they need to be addressed. They can't just be not addressed. But that's incumbent on the district member. Okay, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Campos, on this particular email, I 100% agree, because unlike one of our public commenters said this morning, I do not get special treatment. That's precisely what it says in this email. So thank you, Mr. Suckley, for taking care of District 4. That smell does pour over into District 2. It is right there, and I smell it every single day, and it is not pleasant.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. We have no board and committee appointments today. So that takes us to our consent agenda, items 4 through 21. Councilman Pusley has pulled items numbers 13, 15, and 18. So any requests from council members on any other items to pull for individual consideration?
Mayor, number 15.
Number 15?
Well, okay.
Oh, well, 15's already pulled.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
13, 15, and 18.
Okay, do we have any requests from the public to pull an item? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 13, 15, and 18.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Isn't that?
How do you do that?
Give us just a second, please.
We just press I, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye.
Or whatever you.
Voting.
Okay, aye, and then
Showed up here.
No, it's not until it's completed.
Oh.
I still prefer the verbal vote.
do we need to wait?
It's up there.
Okay.
9-0.
Oh, there it is. Okay, 9. Great.
Not bad.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see we're at 115. Okay, item number 13. Councilman Pusley, this is zoning case 0124-06, Sunrise Park in District 4. It is a rezoning a property at or near 922 West Lakeside Drive. And before we go into your question or comment, we'll make note that Councilman Suckley is abstaining. Is that correct, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And first off, I'm going to have to apologize because when I read through this for our last meeting, I went through it a little too quickly, and I didn't see exactly what this was all about, but had someone contact me from the area who expressed a great deal of concern about it. And I too have a concern about it. What we are saying here is that we're going to put elderly, low-income people in shipping containers. And I just think the optics of that for this city is horrible. I wouldn't want, my parents are both deceased, so I don't get to say this, but if my parents were alive and someone came to visit me here in this city and they ask about my parents, I wouldn't want to say, well, they're doing fine. We put them in a shipping container out here in the woods and they're not bothering anybody. I think the optics of that, Al, are just, Mr. Raymond, are terrible. Once again, we ripped out the pages of the development plan that was developed. We spent, Peter, millions of dollars on these plans we developed for the areas, and we continually, almost every meeting, rip a page out of those development plans and throw it away and say, well, this, we weren't supposed to do it this way, but we think it sounds like a really good idea. But I will tell you, I am not ever going to vote for a situation where this city we've talked about low-income housing up here numerous times. And to say that we're going to take low-income individuals and stick them in shipping containers, I think is just the most awful optics that this city could have anytime. And I may be the only one up here that feels that way, but I plan to vote against this. And Mayor, I'm going to make a motion that we deny this zoning request.
Okay, can we, Mr. Raymond, can you elaborate a little bit on this particular item?
I'd be happy to. All we have before us is the request for the land use, the rezoning, right? In the application that he submitted, it did say that he was going to use shipping containers to create additional housing opportunities, different stratosphere of cost of those housings, right? But none of that has been presented, Council. And I want to say, I understand exactly what the councilman's point is. However, technology is changing every day, right? Shipping containers, we're using them to do a lot of things, not just for storage or
Well, I own a shipping container or two, and I use them for storage. But, I don't think shipping containers has anything to do with technology, Mr. Raymond. Shipping containers have been around forever. They put them on ships and bring them back and forth, and they have places here in Corpus Christi and other places around the state where you can go buy used ones, which is what I did. And we use them for storing deer corn and things of that nature, not human beings.
I know, and the point I was making, and I understand what you're saying, Councilman, the point I was making is that with technology, we can use them for many other purposes, right? Like the one on the island, there's a shipping container on the island that makes it's a great coffee shop. In other words, innovation is all around us.
People aren't living there.
Understood. But innovation is all around us, and we should give innovation a chance before we say no, I think. But again, that's not, it hasn't been submitted to us. Only the land use request, which is the zoning, that's before you.
Okay, but what happens, so.
Can I, Mayor, if you don't mind, just to Councilman
Yes.
Pusley's point, it wasn't clear last week, admittedly, Councilman Pusley. In fact, the presenter last week called them cottages.
Right.
I listened to the tapes because I was caught off guard as well when I saw this as a headline story in the Caller newspaper.
Yep.
I had no idea there were shipping containers, so it's a good consideration for the council to consider that most likely they would be, air conditioned and appropriate, but it's the optics, like you're saying, so it's a policy choice. And so that we do admit we didn't do the best last week explaining this.
No, it completely got by me, and if I would have seen it last week, I would have brought it up as well. I just think that it's an awful optic, and again, I'm going to protest the fact that we totally ignored what our future development plan says for that area. We just ripped that page out, Peter, and threw it away, and we continually do that here.
Okay, what does that mean?
What he's saying is that we're not aligning, we're not staying aligned with the area development plan.
Is this true? Is this correct? I mean, no one said shipping container last time, it was cottage. So, and I understand, we are where we are, but where are we exactly? So it is in alignment, isn't it?
It's not. It would require an amendment to the future land use map. However, the future land use map or the area development plan calls for transition aviation district, which means it's how can I say this? It's controlling what we build around the airfield, right? Trying to not have residential and low density developments around the airfield. In this case, because it was already kind of a cottage development, we opted to work with the applicant to continue that same cottage development, even though it's in that transition district. So he's right. It's not aligned with the area development plan, which is what we put in our presentation, but still think it's.
And it's the area development plan for the Flower Bluff area, which the Flower Bluff Business Association and the Community Association has come before this council multiple times and said, you guys brought this to us and said, this is going to be the area development plan. And every time we turn around, you're trying to violate that area development plan. They've done that on more than one occasion, Mr. Raymond.
Understood.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
The developer is here if he would wish to speak.
Oh, yes, okay.
It's up to you. There were some questions about what the shipping containers look like and the amenities, but.
No, that's great. Thank you. We'll get to you in just 1 second. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And for clarification, I actually got excited about this item. And I did mention, I'm sorry if Councilman Pusley didn't remember me saying that, but I did. I said that I was excited that we were trying something new because there was already, I believe it's an RV park, and we'll add, more places for senior livings, persons to live there affordably. I just thought that this was a great program. I've also have heard about these homes that are being converted from these units from other states, and I thought, wow, what an innovative, thing to do. So I'm very in support of this, and I'm sorry that my fellow councilman doesn't feel that way, but hey, this is the way, the world works. Sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't, but I do want to hear more about it. As a matter of fact, I got so excited that I actually forwarded this information because it's correct that it was just like one line, and when I read it, I thought, oh, well, this is a great idea, but I also thought about this for our homeless population, maybe in a future, endeavor that maybe another developer could possibly look into this and see if, we can, do a community similar to that. So, I'm looking forward to his success, and let's see how this turns out.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Roy.
I wanted to make a suggestion, but I know we want to hear from the developer. This has actually this type of housing's become more popular in a lot of different areas. I can cite probably 4 or 5 different areas that I've been a part of in terms of people that construct those type of houses. And I would like to make a suggestion that, and I don't think the developer, I could be wrong, is prepared right now to show examples of these cottages or how these structures look. But I would like to table this and then come back and let him educate us in terms of how they look and how they're designed in other places that they're at, so that we can make a better informed decision.
Right.
Okay, well, let's hear from everybody and then the developer. Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification on this, because my understanding that the Citizens Council that was referenced earlier actually is in favor of this project. I just want to get clarification on that before we make a decision about this, make a vote on this. The Flower Bluff Citizens Council seems to be in favor of it. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, I think that's all of our comments, and I would love to hear from the developer.
Council. I was not prepared for this today. I was hoping just a vote in confidence. I am happy to answer any questions. I have a reputation of buying junk property on Flower Bluff and trying to make it better. We do everything from $400 a month all bills paid rentals to $900 a month all bills paid rentals. We work with the Housing Authority, we work with the homeless, we work with the veterans, and we work with independent renters. We try to make things better, and I live in Flower Bluff. I do have Joe Kramer and the Citizen Council support on this. Talked to Dan Suckley about this. And I talked to all the neighbors. And in most of the neighborhoods that we go in and we do these things, they're all very grateful for the improvements that we've made. And so we're trying to get affordable housing, and this is a creative way to do it.
Okay. Can we get your name, sir?
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson.
My address is 15338 SPID.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Johnson. Councilman Hunter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand Councilman Pusley's concerns. It's just, Mr. Pusley, just so you know, the only reason we have shipping containers available is because of me and Ben Molina were the ones that led the change in policy a long time ago. So I'm down for the table, but maybe y'all could meet with him and show, at least I would try to open up more discussion with Councilman Pusley if he's willing. Sorry, I don't mean to be speaking for you, sir.
Not a problem.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't know what our policy is here, Peter, but one of the main problems I have with this is we continually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these area development plans and work through them to every time we turn around, our Development Services Department is going with the Planning Commission and ripping the pages out of these development plans and saying, well, we're just going to not follow these plans. And I want to ask the question, where do we draw the line on this? Now, his development is out in the middle of nowhere, I realize that, but do we want shipping containers now moved in on city lots? Do we have a policy related to that? Do the people here in Corpus Christi want shipping containers moved in next door to where they live to develop low-income housing? Do we have a policy on that?
I don't know if we have a building standard policy. Al would have to speak to that. I see Demas raising his hand.
I mean, once you let the, and I'm sorry, sir, I apologize for being against your project, but I'm not sorry because I just don't think this is an appropriate use for people to live in. I've seen them used for hunting cabins. I've seen them used for office space. I've seen them used for a number of things like that where people are not residing in them. But I personally don't think that they're a place for people to live in. I just have a real aversion to that. And I also have an aversion to the fact that we're ignoring our policy, and we're also doing this without determining whether or not we have a policy on where we draw the line on this, Peter. Right. Where does this stop?
Yeah, Al's ready to answer that question, Al.
Somebody a few years ago suggested that we move trailer houses in on vacant lots to use for affordable housing. You remember that, Mayor? So, and this council very wisely said, no, we're not going to do that.
All right.
So we need to have a clear understanding of where this is going to lead us.
Yeah, let's see if Al can answer that first question.
Can I make one last comment that there are $1 million shipping container homes in Port Aransas that are being purchased and sold, and there's 3, possibly 4 shipping container homes in Flower Bluff that have certificate of occupancies and people are living in them.
Al, can you answer the question on this? Can we put these in any neighborhood and start filling in lots with shipping containers?
No, you can't. And I think where Councilman Pusley, I think his major heartburn that he's sharing with you is that he's saying that, hey, you guys are running, Development Services is running over the established area development plan, and he's saying, hey, people came out in Flower Bluff and all areas of the city and says, yeah, we like this, we approve this area development plan, and in essence, he's saying Development Services is taking liberty, I guess, a nice word, and not honoring it, right? And in this case, Development Services uses discretion, right? Because you made a comment that says, hey, every other week we're coming and we're running all over what the future land use map says these areas are used for. In this case, it was a non-conforming lot. By this use, we're turning into a conforming lot. Again, it takes discretion, and we look at the surrounding area and we make the assessment. Hey, this is not harmful to what's already existing in the area.
Well,
and we get that same concurrence. I'm sorry, Councilman. We get that same concurrence from Planning Commission because we make our case to them, like we come and make our case to you. There are always differences of opinion, and like the Octagon apartment 2 or 3 years ago, and I go, gosh, man, I should have not told you what's coming. I should just leave future land use to future land use. In this case, he put in the application that the whole discussion is revolving around what he wants to do. It's not about the rezoning of the land, and that's kind of where we get wrapped around the axle. Again, something we need to learn from.
Well, again, Mr. Raymond, where do we draw a line in the sand at on this? So he just gave an example of somebody who has one of these that's worth $1 million over in Port Aransas, and I don't know where that's at, and I haven't seen it. But if I tell you, if the lot next door to where you live is vacant, and I tell you, hey, I'm going to put $1 million shipping container in there next door as my living domicile, is that what we want for future development here in this city with respect to open property, especially as it relates to low-income housing?
Understood. A great point. And we try to find different avenues for housing options, and this was a great avenue we considered for housing options, and it's up for your consideration either way.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mayor, I'll withdraw my motion to deny this and change it to a motion to table until we can gather more information. And Peter, I hope that you're intimately involved in this process to determine how this is going to go forward for this city, because this is a major step forward. This is not just about one development. This is about spreading this across the city of Corpus Christi. And we need to decide whether or not that's going to be appropriate for what we're going to do for future expansion.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Uh-oh, didn't work. I just wanted to clarify earlier, we didn't do any for any elderly homeowners. It was only for business owners. So just wanted to clarify that.
Councilman Barrera.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Is this second reading? I'm going to go back. I'm confused.
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Okay, yeah, that's right. Councilman Pusley had brought that up. And I understand his consternation. I agree with, I understand where he's coming from, but I guess, and first off, like you had indicated, Al, we're just approving the rezoning. We're not deciding whether or not.
Correct.
What he's going to develop. And
correct.
It's funny. I got accused of being a Republican in my race here just recently, and I'm gonna I guess come up with something that I think would be consistent with that. Is that I think we need to let the market decide.
Absolutely right.
The market decides. I mean, my spouse, my wife, always says on a regular basis that she wants to live in a tiny house, and for whatever reason, I know it never happened because the garage always gets filled up no matter what.
With stuff, right.
So I know that there's an appeal to it, and sir, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Brian Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, I agree with that. I would definitely discuss with Councilman Pusley I'm ready to approve this now, but I would definitely discuss with Councilman Pusley because he represents the entire city and put him at ease as to what your intent is. I might include my wife with it, and said, unfortunately, she might want to buy one. So, but I'm saying that tongue in cheek. But I think that's the thing. I think there's just a misunderstanding, and I think we'll let the market decide. And right now, we're just rezoning, and I understand we don't want it to seem like we're putting elderly people that are disadvantaged into a shipping container until we we show what one looks like and how nice they might be.
And the reality is, Councilman, great point. The reality is that when he does submit construction documents for containers or whatever, they still have to meet the intent of the code, right? Like any other structure we do, whether it's a home or an office building, whatever, it still has to meet the intent of the code. It's not like they're just going to roll up some storage sink and, and say, okay, here's your home. Here, they have to, it has to meet the code that we adopted in January. So just saying, this is land use. What he's proposing, he has to submit construction documents that meet the intent of the code and the UDC. So it's not like he's out of the woods, right? He's got work to do.
But today's item is just
land use.
Just to approve the land use. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Roy.
I just wanted to clarify that I didn't make a motion. My only point was not everybody's seen some of these container homes. I mean, some of them you'd never even know it was a container home if somebody didn't tell you that. So I just wanted to make sure that if we didn't have an opportunity, and maybe some of the other council members have not been educated, that we take a pause.
Right.
But if we don't need to do that, I didn't make a motion.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
No, understood. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Johnson, what are the inside? What is the inside of this?
So the application we use is a closed cell foam in the walls, and we're going to use mini split with a heat pump to do the heating and ventilation in them. It is a new concept. I understand the lack of education. It is a proven concept. As I mentioned, we do have people in Port Aransas and Flower Bluff living in shipping container homes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your conversations with the neighbors, the community that you dealt with the Flower Bluff Citizens Council, for example?
Yes, before I started this venture, I went and I surveyed the neighbors and I talked to the citizen council and my district representative. And again, it's a small community, but most of the people in Flower Bluff know what I do and they're appreciative of what I do. And so my actions have spoken and they're looking forward to this. I've just had 3 people text message me saying, I would love to do that. If you develop these, I want to move in.
Okay.
So I agree with the comment. We let the market decide. I'm taking a risk with my money. And I'm trying to do something helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Sure.
Councilman Pusley, you have another comment?
Yeah, please.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the issue is bigger here, and this keeps getting lost in the translation, Mr. Raymond. I've asked several times, do we have a building standard for shipping containers? Do we have? So let's just say someone, you said a while ago, he could submit his building plans after we do this. Well, do we have a building standard for shipping containers on residential lots in this city?
We do not have a specific standard, and we have an industrialized. Go on.
Thank you, Councilman. Andrew Demas with Development Services. The section first, so first of all, the state established rules for what's called industrialized housing. Within that section, right after the UDC was adopted back in 2011, we adopted and mirrored the same section the state had adopted. What it states is that if you place one of these containers in a neighborhood, by code, it must match the appearance within 500 feet, so your same roof pitch, the same fenestration of windows, where your door is located, same paint, colors, same character of the homes around you. Second,
what if all the homes in that neighborhood are brick?
Well, then they'll have to come up with some creative solutions and create a type of facade to mirror the homes around them. Second, the value of the structure that is to be placed must be at the median taxable value of all the improvements around you. So as was mentioned earlier, if you have $1 million homes around it, you're going to have to come up with $1 million shipping container at the same median taxable value of all the homes within 500 feet around the subject property. That is to prevent, as you so eloquently put, dropping a box in the middle of the neighborhood.
Right. Okay. Well, again, I just think this raises a bigger issue for this city than just this one particular project. And that's my number one concern. My number two concern is the fact that we, to my point of view, we continually ignore our area development plans as we go through these projects. And so what I want to tell the city manager is, why do we bother spending millions of dollars with engineering firms every year putting together these area development plans if we're just going to say, well, this doesn't quite fit the area development plan, but we're going to do it anyway. I mean, why do we do that, Peter?
I mean, it's a real good question, Councilman. I mean, I don't have an answer for you right now, but we need to,
All right.
that's why we need to talk to the team.
I'm not going to say any more.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that with that topic, you know.
Okay, so we have a motion to table. We've, in a second. Right. We, by Councilman Hunter to table.
I will be voting for it, just FYI.
Okay, so we're tabling to do what exactly? Councilman Pusley did. Well, he rescinded, right? You rescinded and then put your light on? Right, to deny, to table. Click your, all right.
I hate this.
No.
So that the city manager and development services has an opportunity to gather more information about how this is going to be handled and how we're going to address the fact that we're ignoring the area development plan. We turned down a high-end trailer park in approximately the same area because the Flower Bluff group said we were ignoring the area development plan. Same kind of deal. And so I want to know how this is going to differ from that. So those are my issues, and then to give Mr. Johnson an opportunity to show us what he has in mind.
Councilwoman Campos. Hold on a sec. There you go.
I believe that we, in my opinion, of course, that we have the state rules, guidelines for this type of housing. It's been established for over 10 years. It's just that it hasn't reached Corpus Christi, I guess, more, predominantly. I don't know what more he can do, Mr. Johnson, except maybe take some of us to go to Port Aransas and see some of the homes. I don't know. But right now, what we're voting for is the zoning. And to Councilman Pusley's point that, we change our minds or we change development, we do that. I'm sorry, but we do that all the time. That's what we come here and we vote.
No,
well, we come and there's a, hotel, and then all of a sudden it's being turned into, I don't know, an apartment complex, or it's, downtown, and now it's being turned to something else. So yeah, we're always changing it. So for me, I feel that, there's enough information to vote on this now, and then I'd like to see us vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, well, the fact of the matter is we have a motion and we have a second. Let's submit our vote on tabling for more information.
Just for clarification, I know we're voting to table, but I believe we are voting to postpone to a specific date. So can we make that specific to the next council meeting?
I would say the next meeting, because this is, right, this is just informational.
Let me just see, so we can make sure we have enough time, because we probably need to do some analysis about how many times we bypass the area development plans. I'm curious, how many times have we said, you know what, it's, the community came out and developed these recommendations, but let's bypass them, but.
Well, our next meeting is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, the 9th. Okay, so that let's plan for the 9th. You can, if you want a date, let's just shoot for the 9th. Can't guarantee it, but we'll work to get it to the 9th.
Okay.
Well, then I'm going to rescind my second then.
Okay.
What's that?
If we don't have it by the 9th, I'm rescinding.
Okay, we'll keep it for the 9th then. We'll just have to, they'll have to work to get it done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where's the, okay.
Right. The 9th. We'll confirm, we can confirm it. We'll bring it back on the 9th. We'll just work to get it until we get it done, whatever it takes.
Oh, are we voting?
What is the, yeah, we voted.
Oh, sorry.
But where's the,
Is everybody voting?
well, I don't know. How do we know? Okay, that automatically, okay. So, 4 and 4. Okay, so it fails. Rebecca, can you please, where are we on this vote?
So if it's 4-4, it fails. Yeah, it's a tie, so it would fail.
All right, so it
Oh.
failed. So does somebody want to make a motion?
Mayor, point of order, is it the effect the same? If it doesn't pass, it doesn't, I mean, we didn't table it, but we didn't pass it, so.
Well, the motion to table failed, right? So now we still have the ordinance before us. The second reading ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Klein.
I move for approval of the ordinance.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Klein, you had a comment? Okay, Councilman Campos, you?
Second.
Okay.
Now we vote again.
Submit your vote, please.
Yeah, it was color-coded, Councilman. We'll keep this one up a little longer so we can see.
So that's for, this is for passage, right, of the ordinance, so the second
As
reading
is.
ordinance as is.
Correct.
Mr. Suckley?
Yeah. Okay. You have to hit abstain. You did? Okay. So where are we? We have 7 ayes, 1 nay. So it passes. Okay. Next item pulled was item number 5. Let me hang, Councilman, you're going to have to, press that. And you'll have to give me a minute. This is a new system. I'm learning it too. You got to give me a minute.
I think the
There you
fact
go.
that we have to wait on you to turn our microphone on is a violation of my constitutional rights to free speech.
Well,
I'm sorry.
okay.
I would hope, Peter, that you don't deter from what we originally said we were going to do, and that is address how this is going to impact future development in this city, how this is going to be handled as a building code. We may have adopted the state building code or the federal building code. That doesn't have anything to do with what we want to do here in this city. We have the option of making that decision. And secondly, again, your comments about how often we just absolutely ignore the area development plan. And if we're going to do that, then we can stop spending money on doing area development plans.
Right, we'll get you both those analyses, Councilman.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councilman. The next item pulled, Councilman Pusley, is resolution authorizing execution of amendment number 1 to the service agreement with Trisec LLC or Signal of Corpus Christi to replace unarmed security guard services with armed secure services and increase hours for library department. Councilman Pusley. Press your, there you go. Okay.
Okay. The reason I brought this up is it just seems to me, Peter, that we're throwing money at a problem here and we don't know what the problem is. I mean, we're going to spend over $300,000 of taxpayer money to go in and solve a problem when we don't really know what the problem is. We have people attacking people in our library. Why is that going on? I mean,
I'm going to have the teammates over here.
I mean, why does somebody go in and bite somebody in the library? Is it because, the Harry Potter's out of circulation, or what's going on?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Laura Garcia, Library Director. We do often get individuals that maybe are unstable. At times, it's just they don't like an answer. We had at one of our locations, the patron was having problems with the computer, so they decided to get up and throw the chair at the circulation desk. And for clarifications, we've had issues at each of our locations. It's not, I know many times people automatically think Laura Tama, but that's not the case. We had the situation where somebody doesn't like what somebody said, so they will spit on them. Or they start getting very verbally aggressive and threaten, I'm going to punch you out or whatever. And so that's been some of the issues that we have. And it just happens, we're a public building.
Is this a result of the fact that we are allowing the homeless people to use the library as shelters?
No, sir. This is not necessarily homeless people. These are individuals that maybe are regular patron users. And again, since we're a public building, people can just come in. But again, sometimes it has nothing to even do with actually like, I don't like that you're charging me for this or whatever. It's just, unfortunately, it happens.
So, and we think spending another $300,000 of taxpayer money is going to solve that problem?
Well, we've always had, well, not always, let me back it up. What we were looking at is our branch libraries. We have 30 hours of security guard services right now. It's just that some of these incidents happen at opening and some of them closer to closing. We tend to have security guard service at our branches towards the end of the day because we don't have full operational hours. So that's really what we were looking at, is to have service during our operational hours.
Well, maybe
Councilman, it's not going to deter unstable minds behavior, but it's no different than security services here at City Hall. So it's another city facility where we want to protect patrons who are behaving and protect the employees.
Do we have the right to ban somebody who does something like that?
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yeah.
So that they can't come back to the library?
Right.
We do, often we issue criminal trespasses when the police come, if the person is still on site. Then that's what happens many times. They do whatever, and then they take off. And so the police don't get there with enough time.
Are we prescribing this security? Is it coming through a private security company or through CCPD?
The banning of the...
No, the security services you have now, is it a private security?
Oh, it's a private company. Yes, a private firm, like at City Hall, private firm.
And they're armed guards?
No.
No.
Currently at the branches, they are not, only at Lauratama.
Okay.
This is an amendment to add the armed
This
services.
is going to be armed.
So this is an amendment to make it, they're armed everywhere.
Well, there's two things happening here. One is we're expanding the hours because currently they're at 30 hours of service. We're going to extend their hours to be during the entire opening, 15 minutes before opening, 15 minutes after opening. So that's where the majority of the increase you're seeing.
Okay.
The adding armed guards is just a small fraction of the increase. So it's a $3 an hour increase for that unarmed to armed.
And I understand that part. It's just, I want to understand that this is going to solve the problem and not just put a Band-Aid on it. And
I cannot say that it will
if we've
solve
got
it because
other
people would
issues-
still be doing it. What we're trying to do is protect it at the time that things are happening. Because many times, like I said, it happens when we don't have a security on site. And so staff have to deal with it. And many times by the time, and we have had a situation in one of our districts where a librarian had actually got punched out. This was years back before even things have gone so out of hand. And it was actually patrons that came to the aid of the librarian. And they were the ones that actually apprehended the individual until police got there.
I just don't understand people getting mad at the librarian. Okay, so I'm fine with supporting this. I would just ask that at some juncture here in the next few months that you come back with a report to this council about if this has resolved the issue or not. So pick a date. I don't care. Make it, 3 months from now or whatever. But what we'd like to, or I'd like to hear back as to whether or not this has solved the problem.
Yeah, so I'd like to jump in here. The problem, I don't know, Councilman, is going to be solved. It's no different than the security here.
No, I'm not saying that the problem gets solved. I'm just saying that this extra security guards has helped protect the people who are working.
Right, well, I'm confident that you're going to be able to come back and say absolutely. If we did not have the round-the-clock security at this building right here, there's no way I would stay and work late as many nights as you work late or I work late here. Because if I had to walk to my car by myself at 8 o'clock at night or whatever time, and I knew there's no security,
right,
that's very, very dangerous. This is an investment, not only in protecting our residents, but our children and families that go to the libraries. That's how I see this. And I don't think, it's unfortunate. We live in a world where society, as it is at its height, I hope this is the height, of crazy things that you hear about. You don't have to do anything in particular to set someone off these days. So this is protection. I completely support this. And I think that you can come back, absolutely. I like the idea, Councilman Pusley suggesting come back and let us know, what does the environment now look like? What does it feel like? But I can tell you, if Peter took security away from this building right here, my hours would be cut because I would not be walking to my car after 6 p.m. by myself and feel safe at all. And I wouldn't be safe. I would not be safe. I know that for a fact. A police officer sitting in this council chambers, a police officer parked outside, that lives across the street and happens to have his vehicle with him, proactively policing is a deterrent in itself. So when people see that security guard or police officer, whatever it is a deterrent to, I better behave because someone is there watching. So I think it's both sides. I appreciate you pulling this item, Councilman, because we would like to know some of the things that may have changed or how you see a difference in the environment, with additional security. But I do believe it's a good investment in our families and our patrons at the library. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. You've only provided anecdotal information with regards to your situation. Is there any statistical information of actual police reports or anything at the libraries?
We could possibly, I don't really know. I'd have to find out the police department. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is really a risk mitigation measure. So even if there was 0 police reports, this is about protecting employees and patrons at our library.
Okay, well, let me finish before you jump in and talk about this.
Okay, yes, sir.
So obviously there's not enough, there's not information regarding that. Secondly, why do they need to be armed outside of La Retama? I'll give you that. There's a lot of, people walking around and stuff, but explain to me why we need to be armed, especially since we're on 2 school campuses, right? And is there any issue with having a private security guard on a school campus that is not TCLO certified?
They do not have an issue. The campus police provide only monitoring and assistance at the campus. They do not monitor or come to the library sections. We have worked with them at times to try to see if they could do that, but they have to take care of that. They also will not provide anything after school hours as well. But they are basically there for the actual school campus. Because we are a public building, we're not necessarily part of the school campus per se.
Yeah, okay, you didn't quite understand my question here. There are certain requirements of having weapons within a certain range of a school. Since this is a private security guard and not a TCLO certified person, or maybe they might be, I don't know, there can be some concerns there. Have we addressed that?
I cannot say it at the cafe, but I can say at the Hart Library, which is with the Flower Bluff ISD, the administrative staff is aware of it, as well as the campus police, and they do support it. I have not actually talked.
You have that in writing?
I can try to get it for you, sir, yes.
Okay, well, you're asking for this stuff before you have it in writing from...
Well, no, we've discussed it already. That's why I'm making it in terms of Hart.
It's not in your
yes, sir.
Here,
yes, sir, I understand.
So, that's why I'm asking these questions. This seems like we're just not prepared for this. Also, the things that you've described doesn't necessarily require an armed guard if you're having people spit on something or throw a chair.
No, not on something, on someone, on staff.
Okay.
It's not on something.
What I'm saying is that, how has this required somebody to be armed has there been armed incidents where somebody's come in with a weapon?
We are open carry, so yes, at some of our locations, individuals do come.
That's not what I asked.
Well, they do come in with weapons. They haven't actually brandished them, if that's what you're asking.
So are you talking about, are they carrying openly or are they carrying concealed?
No, they're carrying openly. And in some cases, the patrons actually do tell staff, hey, I have it on me.
Okay, so how is a law-abiding citizen a concern?
I'm not saying about the law-abiding. We don't know where they are or not when they walk in.
So you're Councilman,
I'm asking the question here.
I know, but it's a security question. It is a security issue. 10 people could be carrying. You don't know. That's the point. That's what I mentioned was I guess I'm a little frustrated because we're overthinking. This is a city facility. It's a public facility. It's an open carry facility. They've had issues. We have security for all of you. We all have that. and
Do we
pay
have,
for
do we
that
have security
here.
for the health department?
We do, Councilman.
Is it armed security?
Yes. We have
Okay,
armed
so if
security.
that's-
We have armed security here at City Hall for the council members. and the staff.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, okay, at the health department, I don't remember ever seeing an armed security guard.
So we don't have a armed guard at the health department. We do at solid waste. We
Okay.
do at City Hall.
Do we have one at every city facility? Do we have one at animal control?
We just added one in the animal control.
Security guard?
Correct.
Or
Yes, sir.
armed security guard?
I'm not sure if they're armed, but we did add security guards after several
Yes.
altercations.
Yeah, we did
there.
at the animal care services.
Okay, so
HEB has them.
if we're going to be doing this, let's have a consistent policy for everywhere. But I mean, I just, from what your description is, I can understand having unarmed guards or, security personnel. But for what your description of having armed guards, it seems a little,
Councilman,
if we're spending more for them, then let's have that policy apply to every
It may
city
not be
facility.
necessary at all facilities, so at some of our facilities where cash handling takes place, like at the libraries, that might be a good place to have an armed guard. Some of our city facilities may not have cash handling, may not have certain reasons. We rely on the discretion of the directors who are there constantly at the library, and there may not be a consistent policy to apply a cookie cutter approach. Every facility is slightly different, the customer base is different, the hours are different, the remote location may not be so remote, so it's a lot of different factors. We just recently tried to centralize security services. 5 years ago, that was decentralized. Everybody had their own contracts. And so through purchasing, we went out and procured security guard services with the same firm for City Hall and the libraries, with the two through a competitive process. This is expanding upon the library services, giving that the service is needed, but they need more. So
Okay, so Peter, what I'd like to see is I'd like to have an understanding and expect the communication from you as to which facilities have armed guards and which and which
no problem.
Okay.
We can do that, no problem.
I still think that this should be, I understand we're having security from, 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after closing, but I'm not really sure if it's armed as necessary. But
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, what Councilman Hernandez just stated, his last statement, was exactly why I had reached out to you and wanted to know the difference, why we were going with an armed versus unarmed. And I can see, I would agree that we do need to provide some security. We're here, times have changed. It's not the same anymore. But my belief in armed guards are different, and I would think that it would actually escalate the issue if I knew that there was an armed guard. I don't know. It's a terrible thing now to have to look like you go to Walmart, you go to HEB, and you see armed guards. And now it's coming to the libraries. It's just kind of,
And I
frightening.
understand,
Yeah.
and I guess it's just like at Walmart or HB, we're very open.
Yeah.
We are not a closed system. We do not have where you can walk through and see, are you armed in any way?
Yeah.
So we're very open, and it's open to everyone.
Yeah.
So I can understand your concerns.
Yeah. So that, and I wanted to see, I didn't actually have it, you sent, I guess, the response.
I sent it yesterday at, I believe, 6 o'clock or so to everyone, actually.
Yes, and I appreciate that. The only thing is that I was getting, anyway, I'm sorry that I didn't completely read it, and that's the only thing that I can say right now is that I have my reservations for having an
Yes, ma'am.
armed guard, and that was why I was reaching out to you. But I can understand that, again, we need to protect our employees, and it's sad, but that's where that's the times that we're living.
The other thing that council needs to understand is that many times it's only just 2 staff members in the building. So we count on our security guard as being the 3rd staff member. And so it just depends, on the situations. We cannot, behavior is not something we can predict,
Right.
because we've had incidents where everything seems fine and suddenly the person, for whatever reason, it escalates.
Well, let me just mention one other thing. We had the HUD community meetings, and one of them was held at the Neyland, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it so happened that one of the persons attending the meeting, she was relying on the RTA bus to pick her up, and everyone had left, and I was not about to leave her and one of your staff members. It was her and I did end up calling RTA, but she would have been by herself. I mean, and I'm sure the security guard would have stayed there until, somebody picked her up, I would assume. Would that be an assumption? I mean, like,
The way that we typically handle situations like that, or the way that I've asked our staff to handle it, because again, we have to be careful. Our staff would probably stay and perhaps stay indoors monitoring the individual until they got picked up. We would try to make every effort to call somebody on their behalf, make sure that they've called. Is somebody coming? Are they almost here? So we attempt very hard not to leave anybody stranded once we close in the evening hours.
yeah, it was difficult to have her there. And I mean, of course, it actually ended up that I took her home because RTA, even after I contacted them, they said, oh, it'll be dispatched. But it was already 30 minutes, and it was, I said, no, I'll just take her. But anyway, hopefully all this, after much discussion, I know that security is needed, but my only reservation, I guess, is the armed. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't care if they're armed or not. I think that's great. Whatever y'all want. I would suggest, and I love that security group. They're great. They do a good job. But I would suggest that we just hire 2 new police officers and talk with the police department and work out the routes that have them circle the libraries more if that's what's needed. Maybe on a temporary basis, maybe not. But if we can get 2 new police officers with $300-something thousand, I think that'd be great. 1.75 police officers, whatever it breaks down to.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez, you have a quick?
Yes, I'd also like if we can make sure we get in writing from both CCISD and Flower Bluff ISD or at least informing them in writing as well and getting some response back from them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Here, and I have one more question. So you said the cost was $3 more an hour? And maybe I'm missing it. I mean, I just thought it was a routine item and I didn't go through all the details. So what's the actual increase?
The costs for an on.
Okay. That's been asked. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. I continue with my.
Okay. Council, please submit your. Did you have another comment? No. Please submit your vote. Okay. The vote is 7-2. The motion carries.
Put it up there. There we go.
Yes. And the last item pulled, and then we're going to break for lunch, is item number 18. That's a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Z Design Group of Boulder, Colorado for the design of the new Oso Golf Center clubhouse building. Councilman Pusley, you pulled this item? You want to press your your button there, sir? There you go.
Well, my question relates to why we only had out-of-town architects apply for this particular job.
I think I'm going to pass that off to our procurement folks.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, sir, specifically, that was a request that came down to Jeff from Procurement. We've been working very closely with Foresight Golf, who is our operators for the golf facilities, and one of the recommendations that they made to us was designing a golf course facility would take a specialized skill set that probably wouldn't be contained in the city of Corpus Christi. And so what we did decide was during the procurement to ensure that they were added to the procurement panel and we did advertise, this particular project in the community, but also nationwide through to firms that we knew specialized in the building of those facilities.
Well, I'm going to refer back to a comment that was just made here at the table a while ago by my friend who identifies as a Democrat, that maybe we should be letting the market decide that. I mean, it just doesn't seem like a complicated process to design a clubhouse.
Yes, sir.
And I've made this statement before, and this is, nothing against anybody, but we have plenty of very talented architectural firms in this city who live here, who pay their taxes here, who provide jobs for the people who live here and pay their taxes here, for us to go to Boulder, Colorado to get an architect to bid on this project.
Check it, sir.
So
good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Cromley, Procurement. To answer your question, Councilman Pusley, I don't think we narrowed ourselves down too much. We did request to have some experience with clubhouse creation, but the bid itself was open to everyone, and there is a question and answer period, and there was no indication from any local firm who had interest in doing this work that asked if that was prohibitive to them or if they would be able to go out for this project without that experience. We just simply did not get any firms local who had interest on this item.
but you said that you did put in that they had to have, that they must have experience.
Preferred qualifications.
Okay. Well, that in itself can delineate who's going to respond or not. Anyway, I know Councilman Hernandez has some questions, so I'm going to wait till he gets through.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I guess I was looking at the cost associated with this and understanding that it's usually about 10% of what it's going to cost for this building. So if you factor in some engineering costs, you were looking at like an $8 million building. And then as I dug into it, it's going to be 2 stories. And I'm like, well, why do we need a facility of this size? I mean, if it's only going to be, if we have a 9,000 square foot building that's single story, what are we going to do here? I mean, there's not a lot of complexity to what's needed for a clubhouse, restaurant, pro shop, restrooms. I mean, what is it? Why is this costing so much?
That's a good question, and I will defer to the department on the scope of this, but I would say that I think this is a good news item because we took to the voters that this could cost $775,000, and this is about $100,000 under what we had told the voters that this was going to cost.
Yeah, let's have Neiman. Neiman has the background, Councilman. This is, it's consistent with what we said from the day one when we put this, and the voters approved it in the bond program. But go ahead, Neiman.
Yes, and there is another presentation. In that presentation, we do have excerpts from previous discussions that were presented to council dated March 3rd all the way through July 19th, where the scope of the project has not changed. And even in the bond book itself, it was published to be a 2-story facility and basically a larger facility to what's being advertised and bid on. The reasoning for, that facility, I'd like to have Ed Miller come up. He is the manager for Foresight and the local golf courses, and he could talk about the limited footprint because that limitation actually limits our ability to expand vertically, and so it was suggested to us that we actually build vertically in order to add additional amenities to the facility.
Amenities Ed's coming up, amenities because that was part of the original conversation with the operators, but amenities that could add revenue to the golf operation. So the goal is, if you're there on Oso, it's a beautiful view of the bay. And the second floor could be a revenue generating rental facility, if you will, if it's not used for a golf function. And so this is about bringing revenue to the golf operations. And I might add, as one of the, is a well-run business in the city that's profitable to us. So it's the vision of the operators who have demonstrated over 10 years they know how to run golf facilities. It's evidenced by the grounds. in the play that's there. But Ed, why don't you come up and explain a little bit, or, okay?
Yes, sir. And just to add on to what the city manager stated, I would like to remind council that the facility was built in 1969. No significant improvements were made to that facility since then. And the whole intent of this project is to basically modernize that facility, which would include meeting spaces in a venue area, which you would see, you know, in a modern golf facility. The pro shop is being expanded. We're going to get out of the business of running the kitchen with just a basic fry cook area, and it's actually being modernized kitchen area, meeting space. So basically, we're just taking the facility and modernizing it from 1969 to 2024. As far as us accomplishing that by doing vertical construction, I'd like for Ed to come up and talk about how the footprint for the golf course is basically limited and has to go vertical versus horizontally.
Right, Dan Pedrati is going to present. He's one of the managing partners for Forsyth Golf.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Dan Pedrati. I'm the president of Forsyth Golf, also a native son of Corpus Christi. And the purpose of the second story, Councilman Hernandez, is to provide for the banquet facility that's been missing from the Corpus Christi golf portfolio forever, basically. The minimum standard for a banquet facility of a golf course of this nature is about to seat 200 people, and hopefully to have some extra space left over for silent auctions and other charitable sort of aspects that go with those events, typically associated with a golf tournament. But like the city manager said, it'll be open for rental for any group in town that wants to have a meeting of that size. We typically take the space and put a dividing wall in there so it can be two groups at one time, smaller groups. But in our experience, in every golf course that we operate, we've always sought to have the banquet space to go with the pro shop, the grill, the restaurant function, the offices, the storage, and everything else that goes with it. This isn't more than what's normal in a daily fee golf course. And it's my opinion in particular, there are lots and lots of golf tournaments, particularly those with a charitable orientation, that don't exist in Corpus Christi today simply because you have one choice, right? It's the country club to have a proper banquet space after the event to do your fundraising activities. And that's basically available on Mondays. We think that this is a completely untapped market, but we also want to make sure and everyone understands that it's very typical and normal within a daily fee operation to have this banquet space. The idea that we came across and have begun talking to this potential architect is that second space elevated to the second story accomplishes two things. One, that space is less expensive than another slab and another plumbing system and everything else that goes with it right next door. And two, and perhaps most importantly to Corpus Christians, is that view from that spot back towards the bay, back towards Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and the Naval Air Station across Oso Bay is going to be stunning. The last part of that is we really think that operation is also much more cost efficient in the long run to have the banquet space upstairs. It won't be open all the time. It won't be fully air conditioned all the time. It won't be staffed all the time. It'll just be available space. But it's complementary to the golf operation.
Okay, so just to ask questions there,
Sure,
specifically
absolutely.
to that, are you planning to use the exact same footprint where it's at now?
So it's very similar. The location, that's the other thing I forgot to mention, Councilman Hernandez, is that we are relatively space constrained as far as where a building could go of that magnitude.
Well, you have that space that's off of Alameda that is not being utilized.
That's an interesting piece of property. It's we always call it the tree farm, right? It's always been the tree farm. It's unclear as to what utility we can make of that without changing the routing of the golf course and some other major considerations. We always hoped it was another 80 yards long, 100 yards long. You could put a driving range there or something of that effect, which is something else that Oso Beach has always lacked, and something that we get asked for all the time. Fortunately, we have this fabulous new practice facility coming in at Lozano, which will offset that need. If you look around, there really aren't any driving ranges in Corpus Christi, and those that have tried along the way haven't been successful.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I actually asked our Parks Director to see if that empty section of Bill Witt could be utilized for a driving range. That's another discussion. Well, it's an empty space. I didn't know if you were looking, I mean, if you're going to have a facility like this, you don't necessarily have the parking for this either. You're going to have to reimagine the parking structure.
We've actually have a reimagination, if you will, that reroutes the golf course and establishes room for a driving range and a few other things. But it's a whole new endeavor that's beyond the scope of what we're currently talking about. We'd love to talk about that sometime, but.
So you're not planning to utilize that, what you referred to as the tree farm?
We're not currently. That's right. I mean, it isn't our plan. I mean, it's the Parks Department. It's the conversation that we're having. It doesn't currently include that. It's too small for a driving range from the standpoint.
Well, I meant in terms of your new building.
I think that as we engage with the architect that, we should be talking about all options, first of all, but mostly, but the only other concern I would have with that particular site is I think you might give up the view back towards the bay. You might get tucked.
Well, you would if you have, but if you have a single-story building, it doesn't matter. The reason I asked about having 2 stories is because you have another set of requirements. You're going to have ADA requirements, which is going to require an elevator, which is going to require maintenance, which is going to require inspections. It's going to require fire escapes. It's going to require a whole bunch of other things that a single-story building does not require.
Absolutely.
Right, so there's some cost associated with it in a commercial building that are not in a home, right? So I guess I'm concerned that it's going to be a little bit more than what, the voters may want to pay for. I mean, we're going to pay for, we're already said we're going to do the construction, but if we're talking about an $8 billion building, so, we can have banquets, I mean, anyway, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I don't have a problem with the concept whatsoever. I think it's a great deal. I think it's very needed. I mean, our little River Hills Country Club out here in Cal Allen has a very nice banquet room, and it's highly utilized.
Yes,
I was there the other night, and the room was packed with people playing bingo. So it's a very important community center for our area. And so I think it's a great project, and I fully support it. My question was about, who we hire, and I'm a local proponent kind of guy.
There were a couple of architecture firms in Corpus Christi, a few of which I'm friends with, that I was kind of surprised didn't step up.
Yeah.
One in particular. But what we do know is that through the selection process and through the committee meetings that were held and the waiting and all of that sort, that this particular company, Z Design, I happened to run across them in a Google search trying to find golf course clubhouse architect. And we do feel like it's a very, very specialized design process. And they just finished one for the city of Boulder, and believe it or not, it was not a $10 million Taj Mahal. It was about a $4.5 million, and it was a municipal golf course in the city of Boulder, at their municipal golf course, and spectacular, very Boulder-esque with the stacked stone and all the beautiful architectural elements they use. The interesting thing about Corpus is always, what is our architecture, right? Which we have every example known to man here from, and so we need to play with that. Our primary focus as operators is going to be efficiency and staffing levels that are required based on architectural decisions made. And we support Z Design because they understand the business, and it is different. If we can have 3 people in the clubhouse at one point in time instead of 6, at the end of the day, we all split more money each year.
Sure.
But I feel real strongly about the banquet space, and we had a similar conversation with the city of Laredo back when we helped them build the Max. And it happened that the banquet space fit upstairs. It happened that it was very efficient and effective. There's a few elements in that building that I don't think we need. One was a dumbwaiter from the kitchen up, which is just as easily handled with carts and in manpower. But
Well, like I said, I fully support the project. I think it's a great deal, and I think it's ironic that we today renamed this council chambers after Mayor Betty Turner and her husband designed the existing building there. So kind of ironic. Yeah.
It has certainly served the city of Corpus Christi for many, many decades.
Best of luck on your project.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
I do find it hard to believe,
Sorry.
I do find it hard to believe, just as you stated, that you wouldn't get a local architect willing to jump on $800,000 to design a golf clubhouse. I think that's a little odd. But at the same time, I take your word for it because you're one of the best producing departments for the entire city over the last 10 years. And you've been producing a profit for us. You took that golf course and the other one, you turned it around from making, a deficit of 400 grand, turning into the 250,000 to whatever profit at the time. That was the change. But I am concerned. I mean, we need to stop. I just want to echo Pusley's comments, and I think all of us want to. We need to stop giving all of our taxpayer money to companies outside of this city. And if we need to change our policy, if we need to take it up with the state, then write it out for us, give us some suggestions.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. So I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 18. We have a motion by Councilman Pusley, second by Councilman Barrera. Everyone, please submit your vote. Okay, that was a 9-0 vote, so the motion carries. So at this time, the council will go into executive session on items 29 through 31 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. So we will return.
heard that. Where? Might have been the Televic. Must have been the Televic. Must have been behind me. I don't know how to isolate these.
Mayor, it's on.
Rock and roll.
Okay, we are back from lunch, and we'll pick up on, let's see, Section K, our public hearings. We have a motion to approve the resolution of no objection of Gulfway Housing Partners housing tax credit application. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
We have a second.
I had one.
Would you like to say a few things? Pardon? No, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted to say something on it.
No.
Yeah, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there anyone in the public, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 22? Mr. Ramirez, was that your hand?
You have your button pressed, Sylvia.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so there being no one, I'm going to close public hearing. Did you have a comment, Ms.? No, okay. I'll entertain a motion to, we have that. No, we're not saying all in favor anymore. Please submit your vote. This is difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Is that incorrect? That's correct.
Aye. Okay, he voted in favor, but I didn't get it up there. Yes, I know. Sorry.
So you'll record that? Yes, we'll record it. His vote, okay. That was a 9-0 vote, so the motion passes. Item number 22 is a resolution of no, it's not. Item number 23, under section L, individual consideration items. Ordinance amending the capital improvement program to add the Art Museum of South Texas HVAC improvements project.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We know this is in dire need. We have members of the Art Museum, our director and members supporting. We know this is a very, very important and critical item for the museum. So thank you for all the advocacy you've all done. Peter, thank you also, and staff, for all the attention, because this was all, it's been years that this has been going on in terms of the HVAC not working well, and then having to make, impromptu, what do you call it, moves?
Accommodations, systems, we have a
Right.
and a chiller there.
Well, right, and it's complicated, so thank you for the efforts on that. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 23? Okay, yes, there is. Oh, yes, come on down.
I don't need to comment, but I just want to say thank you for doing this. You have shown us more support in the last few years than I can ever remember in our history, and we are grateful for that, and we are in dire straits right now, and it's so important that we take care of our collection. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees, our staff, our membership, our visitors. Thank you for your support.
Thank you,
Can you
Sarah.
state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Yes, Sarah Morgan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Please submit your vote. Oh, we sure do. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I know it's discussed, but we are completely getting them off the convention center's chiller, and just for the record.
Yes, Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. Yes, this is decoupling the building, the one building, from the American Bank Center centralized chiller, and then replacing the other system that was in the other building with a combined system that will service the whole building. So yes, it'll be decoupled from the American Bank Center.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was known as part of this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I'm thrilled as well that we're decoupling from the other buildings and making this a standalone. I guess my only question was, do we, as far as mechanical room space, are we going to have plenty of room to put the new systems? Have we looked at that? And
Yes, my understanding is, so they are going to go through and do the assessment on that, and so that will be part of the project, is going through. So right now we'll be going through and identifying those critical things that need to have that long lead time. They'll go ahead and get those ordered, and then in the meantime go through with the full engineering of the whole system, including the mechanical room location.
no, this is great, and we don't have to buy parts off of eBay anymore to keep the air conditioning running, so I think it's a really good thing, so thank you.
Councilman Suckley. Oh. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to, did we show that vote? I thought we just voted. Did we not submit our votes? No? Okay, let's please submit a vote. Okay, and that passed unanimously. Thank you all for being here. Item number 24 is a resolution rejecting the apparent low bid of Max Underground Construction as non-responsive and awarding a construction contract to Bay Limited for reconstruction of Flato Road from Bates Road to Bear Lane with rigid concrete pavement and utility improvements.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This is not the right presentation. Get the next one up, please. Okay, I'll just get started while we're trying to get the presentation up. So this is a bond project that's going to reconstruct Flato Road from Bates to Bear Lane. This is where the West Oso High School and Administration Building is located. It's a 2-lane rural cross-section. It's going to be a 3-lane curb and gutter section there with an 8-foot shared use path on the West Oso side. The question about the non-responsive bid, we had the apparent low bidder was declared non-responsive. Their bid violated one of the criteria laid out on the maximum amount that they could charge for the insurance. And so that bid was not considered, and the apparent low bid then became Bay Construction, and the staff recommendation is to award this to Bay Construction in the amount of $7.168 million. I'll say, and it will be concrete pavement. I didn't mention that.
Very good. We have a question, if you're ready.
I'm ready.
You're ready. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. So let me just be very clear about what you had mentioned. We're talking about the bond, and the requirement was that their bond had to be no more than 2% of the cost of the project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And their submission was 3.5%, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet they were still the lowest bidder by a little over $300,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why are we concerned about what they're paying for their bond or their insurance to make sure it's completed if they were the lowest bid? I mean, it would be like kind of like you pay more for Allstate than I pay at State Farm, but the state doesn't care as long as you have insurance, right? Why are we putting a kind of an administrative
cap on that?
Issue on that if they're still the lowest bidder?
Well, so the answer to that is that contractors will gain, if you didn't have a cap, you know, if I'm a general contractor and there's no cap, I would put my whole bid, $7.1 million on that pay item and send you an invoice for that on day one. You follow what I'm saying? It's a way to game and front-end load. So we try to put a cap on mobilization and insurance because those are front-end type of activities.
Okay, so you're not concerned about whether or not they have, how much they pay for the bond. You can only charge 2% of it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And they also, so the language in the contract, we reimburse them on actual cost.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Josh Cronley, Procurement. To answer your question, Councilman Hernandez, yes, the cap that we place is an indication of the health of the entity that's going to be partaking in the bid, right? Like we 6 years ago, we established a financial policy that capped that at 2%. And if it comes over that's usually a red flag or an indication. There are some other performance issues that have recently come about with Max Underground. I didn't want to air too much of that laundry in the council item, but that was another one of the considerations because, you know.
Okay, now wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
That information was not in any of the documentation. So if you're asking us to consider something like that, then you've got to have something like that in the documentation.
We're not asking you to consider that. The main thing is that the 2% limit for bonds and insurance has been in place for at least the last 6 years, if not more. It's a contractual requirement that all bidders are required to follow the contractual requirement. There's a 5% cap on mobilization and a 2% cap on bonds and insurance. We actually pay and it's actually an allowance. We pay the pass-through costs for bonds and insurance. They submit an invoice with the cost, we pay the cost. The bid amount cannot exceed 2%. So what happened with Max Underground is they did not comply with the contractual requirements. They did not raise an objection. They bid, it was 3.5%, exceeded the 2% contractual requirement, so they were deemed non-responsive. That's the bottom line.
Okay, so your concern is clerical in nature, so you don't pay too much upfront.
It's a contractual requirement.
I'm going for the basis of the concern. Mm-hmm. You're asking about a contractual requirement, which is a requirement that we put in place 6 years ago, so we don't pay too much upfront. That's how he described it. Is that correct?
Right. No, it's a cap. So, you know, before we had the 5% mobilization, 2% bonds and insurance, a lot of contractors would front load and they would put a lot more, like they're, you know, spongy.
So what we're encouraging them to do is give us a 2% payment and that they pay the rest if they have to pay for more of it.
If it costs more, yes, that would be.
Right. It's a 2%
Okay, so the requirement for us is not to pay it up front, not that they would cost them more to have that bond.
Right. And now, from a financial standpoint, it is a good indicator of the financial capacity of the contractor, whether or not they can meet that 2%. So it's, from a financial standpoint, it's a good, where we might not want to enter into it. But for this particular bid, they did not comply with the contract documents.
Okay, let me just say, this is a requirement that I'm saying that we're basing to not go with them as the lowest bidder.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a local company that has successful projects with the city. They built Slough Road. They built a section of Staples. They're doing IDIQ work for us. As a matter of fact, we didn't pay them in a timely manner, and I had to address that with our staff. Is right. So we were underperforming there, right?
I have not heard about that.
Well,
so
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay, so I think this is an artificial requirement, and for us to walk away from over $300,000 because of
they could always
a requirement on this, I think I can understand if this is a new company that that we have no history with, that we don't have any. That they haven't done any work here, that we don't know anything about, that we don't know their financial situation. But in this particular instance, this is a company that is in existence and works within the community and has for a long time. I think this is kind of
staff has fully vetted the company and the bids on this item. Their recommendation is to reject Max as non-responsive. City Council can always overturn that recommendation. It's a recommendation.
So the Chapter 41 of the Code of Ordinances gives us the ability, it's a little confusing because it says the director, and now we've got some other people involved. So the first check is done by CAP, and it says the director has the ability to waive irregularities. So CAP notified us of this irregularity. This is what we call the bid irregularity. And engineering said, in this case, these guys have had some issues recently. We're not going to recommend waiving irregularities in this case.
Well, everybody has irregularities.
Correct. Now, an irregularity
you
is with
had
the
an
bid.
irregularity when you weren't paying on time,
there's been
correct?
some deficiencies in performance. And if these guys were an all-star performer in recent experience, that recommendation might have been different. But in this particular case, engineering did not recommend waiving the bid irregularities.
Okay, well, I disagree, and I don't think we should walk away from, if they've had a track record of where they've completed projects. I haven't had any complaints on Slough Road.
I recommended awarding those projects.
Right,
to
so
them. I'm saying that Slough Road was 5 years ago.
Jeff, can you explain that? Because it's important, and we want to make sure council has all the information. So Slough Road, as you mentioned, was 5 years ago. The company has changed. Lead partners are gone from the company, and you have had demonstrated performance issues with the company. Is that correct?
That's a correct statement.
Okay, well, tell them so they can, we don't want.
Okay, now wait a minute. That was not on any information that we
No, it's
received.
not. Agreed, it's not. That's why we have people here with microphones.
So when you declare a contractor a non-responsible contractor, that is kind of an affirmative statement, and it is something that is they're kind of fighting words, if you want. One time we did it, and they sued us, sued the engineer. I'm not really saying they're a non-responsible contractor, but I am saying they have had performance issues, and engineering felt that the best decision for the city was to award this to the number 2 bidder and not waive those irregularities on the bid. Now, had we waived those irregularities, you might have had a different contractor up here saying, wait a minute, they had errors on the bid. We should have gotten that bid.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, this is a staff recommendation. I'm presenting what our recommendation is to you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Roy.
What I hear, but what I haven't heard as far as an explanation is that it sounds like their risk to operate as if they go beyond that 2%, let's say they go up 3.5%, 4%, is the indicator in terms of where the company is as far as their ability to perform, right?
I'm guessing that they put their actual cost of bonds in there.
Is that what I heard?
That's correct. The bottom line, the 2% is not an artificial standard. The 2% represents our risk tolerance.
Right.
Exceeding,
I understand.
2% is,
I'm trying to correlate it in terms of banking.
No, you're right, Councilman. Yeah, you're on the right track.
That's correct.
So we have the same thing. We look at certain things and we go, okay, the policy is if you exceed that 2%, it's really indicative in terms of how your company's operations are, and then we evaluate the risk. So what I'm hearing is, and even though no one has really said that, is that really what's caused the red flag here is the fact that they're exceeding your risk tolerance.
That's correct. Yes, sir. That's correct.
And the fact that you have some other things, which you said you really don't want to talk about, but there's other mitigating circumstances which also talk about where this company is in terms of performance.
Yes, sir. And
so your job is to protect the city.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So that's kind of what I want to understand. I want to understand that 2%. That's just not a number you grabbed out of the air. The 2% is there to recognize where you think, or whoever made that decision, where the risk tolerance is.
That's correct, sir. And Josh and I had discussed that in great detail yesterday regarding risk tolerance and that standard. And that's the bottom line. How much risk do we want to take when we're going to hand over a $7 million street project to a
Because the fact that contractor knew that they were exceeding the 2%, right?
That's correct.
They knew that they're sitting there basically telling you on one, because we have that in banking all the time. We're going to question it. Because our first thing is why did you exceed that? You know this is the particular ceiling and you went over that. Why'd you do that? And a lot of times is that it's usually something else there that's layering.
Yes, sir. Whether it be operationally or financially. I mean, there's a reason why those insurance costs are coming in at a higher premium than a larger or more established company.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to hear more on that because I thought that's really where that's the meat of what you're really saying.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to ask for further clarification on the same subject. So in other words, you're saying that it's a modifier that they're having to pay a greater premium because of the risk tolerance?
I'm assuming it's either clerical error or their insurance premiums are above what we consider
But
standard.
it's just, once again, for clarification, so, well, you said you're assuming. No. So are you assuming and you're not?
Negative, sir. It's not an assumption. It's an established standard, as Jenna stated.
No. You're indicating that the risk tolerance is greater, so therefore they're paying a higher premium because, I don't know, maybe they've reached their bonding capacity, maybe the bonding capacity thinks they're at greater risk. I guess that what my question would be then is that are we in a situation where they're not going to be able to bid any more work because of their modifier?
That's right. Next.
Well, I guess I don't know if the modifiers will come in different for different projects at different price points, and maybe the insurance company will give them a better premium on a smaller project. But we just know that for this particular $7 million project, the bond premiums were coming in higher than what we're willing to assume a risk for.
They average about $10 million annually, and so coming out for a $7.5 or $8 million project is putting them at the top end of the.
Do you know what? So do you know what their aggregate is? We have typically when they'll provide that, at least as I recall.
Yes, 10 million.
They'll provide that information as to what what they can bond per project and what the aggregate is.
We can request additional financial documents as part of what we ask in the RFQ, but no, they as part of the information they need to provide us what their annual average income is, and we're basing all the information off of information they've given us, sir. And it threw up enough red flags that staff wanted to bring forward the recommendation to.
Okay. I'm all right. Okay. You're kind of getting gray for me. What is it? But the thing I'm saying is that, like, let's say, for example, if I wasn't the low bidder, then I'd come and talk to you and say, okay, you're going to deem me non-responsive. And then did you go through the process of it? I mean, I don't like doing your job for you or managing stuff for you. But I'm just telling you that from my perspective, if all of a sudden, if I was
We
not-
do notify the bidder immediately upon the error and notify them that we were going to deem them unresponsive. If they felt that was an unjust allocation,
Yeah.
they could have protested. They indicated in the phone call they had no interest in protesting.
Okay, all right, that's all I need to know. I appreciate that. Thank you
Yes, sir.
very much.
Councilman Klein?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just had a couple questions. First of all, the 2% standard, is that typical for municipalities? I just wanted to know about that, if it's typical or if we're out of the realm of the norm.
We have not of late done an analysis of that, but it is a relative industry standard, and I'll let Jeff speak to that. I was not here 6 years ago when they established that rate, but it is our rate today.
I would say it is nearly universal that you will see owners cap those front-end items just to avoid that kind of front-end loading, because there's an incentive if you're a contractor to price those pay items, to shift cost onto those pay items, so you get to get that billing in ahead of time.
Right. And then the other question I had is a nuts and bolts sort of question pertaining to this motion here, this agenda item here, that if we vote against this agenda item, does that mean that this has to come back yet once again, or does that automatically award the bid to Max Underground?
And I'm going to have to call in a legal lifeline on this. So council has the ability to reject all bids, direct us to go back.
I'm just not sure what we're voting on. We're just simply voting to go with the second bid here, or as I said, if we vote the motion down, with the agenda item down, if that means that it's going to have to come back yet again, this could represent another 2-week delay on the project, or whether that would automatically then revert back to the Max Underground construction bid.
So that sounds like two questions. I mean, if you reject the bids, that can cause us to re-advertise. Now, the question I've got maybe for Miles, if you directed us to award to Max Underground, who is deemed non-responsive,
Rejecting the bids does not automatically result in an award of a bid. That would need to be a separate action. And I'm not.
We've done it before. Yeah, we could do that. We did it last year.
And those those would be amendments to the resolution, so we.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Suckling.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't want to get off in the weeds, Jeff, but so with respect to the 3.5, if they had come in at 2%, would we even be having this discussion about their unsatisfactory performance previously? Would have been enough to override the 2% issue, or?
I think we would have had, so the first thing you've got to do is have a responsive bid. And then if you've got a responsive bid, then you review the responsibilities of the contractor. Had the bid been deemed responsive, then we would have had some discussions about their responsibilities and their ability to take on a project of this size. And I'm not sure how that conversation would have gone, but there is some information that argues against their responsibilities.
You would have probably had what we call an administrative hearing, where you and some of your teammates would evaluate the firm, ask them some specific questions.
And we'd look at the recent experience, their staffing, and
that's what our business process is. And then based on that interview of sorts, you would determine, should we move forward or not?
Right. So we might have brought it, if it hadn't been administratively non-responsive, sometimes what we do, and we typically do this to not get into more litigation than we need to, we say it's a non-responsive bidder because they haven't adequately demonstrated their responsibilities to do the job.
Okay. So my other question would be is, to Councilman Hernandez's point about Max Underground's been around for a long time. They've collaborated with the city on other projects successfully. I would think that to do the right thing on our behalf is, if there are concerns about their performance, to not have them just go through the exercise just because, it costs money to go out and do this bidding process for these contractors. If we see them as a viable candidate to do future work for the city, I wouldn't think you'd want that black eye remaining with them going forward for them to just go through the exercise of getting denied in the end. But
I would be happy to take that for action. And
Yeah, but
meet with
Jeff,
them and
excuse me,
discuss
Jeff, you have taken that for action. You have sat down with the company. I have personally on one project. I had to sit down with them because there was performance issues. So you have sat down with them along the way as their performance hasn't been what you wanted them to be.
Some of that has happened, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So it's happened, Councilman. And we mentioned 5 years ago, the company has seen some of their major players leave the company. So a company good one day may not be as good tomorrow if people leave. That happens in our organization. It happens in contracting organizations as well. Just because they did something good 5 years ago doesn't mean they're going to do something good tomorrow, because people come and go. Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Barrera. Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Used to the old system where you have to push the button. Okay, so I just really want to make a statement. So I'm of the opinion, number one, if we reject all bids, they're all going to come back higher because everybody knows where the numbers are. You know, I mean, and I think in almost all the cases of for the last since the pandemic, every time we reject all bids or we go out for bids, everything comes up higher. All we've done is we've modified the specifications so that way we can fit within a budget. So that's my concern. I said, number two, if the firm, it'd be different if the firm were here and they were arguing the point that, hey, you know what, we feel like, you know, this is an administrative error, what have you. We feel good about this project. They're not here to represent themselves. And obviously this project's in District 3, and I know West Oso as Independent ISD has been asking for this, for the concrete road and the pedestrian-friendly environment much more for some time. So that has a little bit of motivation. Has nothing to do with the bids, but I'm telling you where my motivation's coming from. And since they're not here and they're arguing the point, and they did not file a protest once they notified, chances are they may have said, they looked at all the rest of the numbers and said, okay, thank goodness that we got knocked out, you know. So, I mean, that's just my own speculation, but typically when somebody doesn't want to argue the point, then that could be it. So that's just something that I would consider. So I support moving forward with this.
Councilman Pusley.
Oh, hey. I don't think so.
What happened?
You were before.
Beauty for age.
So that means I go, right? Yeah.
No, you can go. Yeah, I don't care.
I'm just real quick. So I guess I don't understand enough about insurance and how this works, but why are we punishing them because they're paying more for their insurance?
Well, we're not really punishing them, but we cap what you can put on your bid form for the insurance.
Okay, so they're going to get reimbursed as part of the contract for what they pay for insurance?
It's a line in the bid, and so I'm sorry, Josh Conley again. The problem here is if, you know, we're talking about a $7 million major project that we promised the residents, right?
Right.
And if they can't follow the instructions within a bid, then that's probably an indication there's additional problems. And so we list out as part of the bid requirement that they cannot exceed 2%. It says it on the line, it says it in the document in section 2.5. That in the bidding instructions on that your bid bonds cannot exceed 2% of the line. And so what we have here is a failure for the firm to comply with the bid documents, again, which would be non-compliant with the contractual requirement.
Okay. I guess I understand that, and I've seen this, you know, in the past. In fact, I caught one time where the bids were completely out of line on one particular line item as compared to what everybody else bid. It turned out their math was wrong, so y'all ultimately kicked that bid out. I can understand missing something like that, but if it's an item that they're paying for their insurance, and we're saying you can't pay more than 2%.
That's our risk tolerance.
Face value of the project for your insurance.
Yes, sir.
But they are paying more. It's kind of like Councilman Hernandez says, the difference between State Farm and Allstate.
Well, I would say it's probably more like somebody
Yeah,
who has a
whoever.
restricted driver's license, who has, a subprime insurance company rather than one of the national brands is what we're basically getting at. Because if you were going through the normal channels, you should be able to secure a bid within the 2%. In fact, most of the other bids, if you looked at all of those lines, they're about 0.5% to 1%.
Okay.
And we are awarding to another
I'm
local
not going to
company.
throw up any roadblocks to this time, guys, but I think we're dancing on thin ice here. And I think in the future, we better make sure we're completely clear about how this is going to work. And I just think that punishing somebody because they are paying more for their insurance than the other guys is not a reason to kick them out of the bidding process. Just my face value interpretation. And I understand your point of if they can't follow instructions, I understand that. But it's $300,000. Now, if there's.
Here you go.
Just press your button.
Okay. On the other hand, if you would have come here and said, we're going to kick these guys out because we've had performance issues, that I can understand.
We might have gotten to that point, Councilman, but we didn't pursue the bid because they didn't follow the contract.
Okay, I understand.
Broke the contract.
But from that perspective, I'm good.
That's a real likely scenario. We would have been here instead of this argument. We would have had that one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say a lot of what Mr. Pusley just said. Unfortunately, my light was signed in first, but I let him go next.
Blame it on the mayor. She's
Blame-
pushing the button.
And
Blame it on
Roland
me.
over here, he knew the answer to all the questions that he asked earlier. He's an insurance agent and he's very good at it. So he knew those answers way ahead of time. One of the most exciting things you can do in insurance is get a bond for a large project. I think it's 1% to 3% was the answer we were looking for earlier. Y'all did not, I'm a little uncomfortable on this because y'all are giving us new information that was not in the packet, and that is worrisome. I understand that, but I mean, you have to bring that up to us. You have to let us know that.
Well, I think
If
we're
it's
trying
something-
to frame the scenario so you understand why we felt comfortable stopping
But you're not
at the
telling us
administrative.
exactly what happened. You're just saying there was something.
Oh, you're asking about the specifics of the, not,
We need the specifics. If we're the decision makers up here on millions and millions of dollars, and we have a $300,000 difference, we need that.
but we're not, oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're not asking you to determine their responsibility. We're telling you that they failed to comply with the document, and so they're not to be considered. So what we are asking you to do is to consider the lowest responsible bidder. If we were coming to you with the recommendation to disqualify them for their responsibility, then I believe those items would be germane to the conversation. But because we're not asking you to make that declaration, and we're not asking you to analyze them, I think that what we provided was sufficient. I was just trying to provide context so that you could understand the
Yeah, I don't know.
additional steps
I
we're taking.
understand what you're saying, but if it's not on the agenda and y'all bring it up in the middle of the meeting, that puts us in a terrible position. That shouldn't be happening. I understand that there is, but just give us a call ahead of time so we don't make a terrible decision if that's the case. But I might be, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do yet. Bay is a great group, and I'm glad they're the fallback on almost every project because they have they're a very dependable company, and I do appreciate them. But we need to be spreading out the love a little bit anyways. And if this group's giving us the lowest bid, I'm leaning towards them. That's just my position.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I was going to bring this, this up because this isn't the first time this happened. I remember we had a demolition construction where they made a mistake on adding something, but they were still the lowest bidder and they were still going to honor the bid, and we still chose them against them for a clerical error that they were willing to still take. And so, I get the sense that you guys play favorites. I mean, you guys really do. You guys play favorites with engineering companies, and and this is why I always say, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. And when you bring up things at the last minute, that were never part of the things that we could pre-review, and then you're not specific about what it is, and you expect us to just kind of say, oh, yeah, then there's no documentation for any of it. And this is a problem I had with the library thing, because there was no documentation for anything. You put us in a bad spot. I agree with Councilman Hunter on this. You put us in a bad spot.
Well, again, I'm not asking you to weigh in on the responsibility of the firm. I'm telling you that they violated the bid document. They did not meet the requirement. It is something that could have been waived, and I asked the department if they're willing to do that, and the answer was no. But the reality of the situation is, when we notified the firm, they did not indicate any interest in protesting. So obviously they realized.
You're absolutely correct in that, because when after I had the discussion with you, I reached out to them. Okay, and they're not fighting this. They don't want to get blackballed. Okay, so they're not fighting. This is not about them. I don't care what company this was. I did this for the demolition contractor. I don't even remember their name. But it has nothing to do with them. And I even asked them what their bonding capacity was. You know what they told me? $30 million was their bonding capacity. Okay, so when you said they're 10 million, I knew you were wrong.
No, I told you what they do annually.
They do for us, but that's not their bonding capacity.
No, that's their total annual operating. That's what they self-declared in their bid form, that they do $10 million annually. I didn't ask what their capacity for their bonding might be. I said, what is your annual operating? And I was just trying to frame that for you in terms of the context.
But I asked them what their bonding capacity was specifically, because I wanted to make sure that, because you had mentioned there was a financial concern based on their bonding capacity, how much they had to pay for bond. But if they can do up to 30 million, I don't think that's an issue.
Well, but at a higher rate and at a higher risk profile. Again, our job is to identify risk, and my job is to make sure that there's a fair process. And what I'm telling you is there was a violation of the bid document. You're looking at this at the perspective of Max Underground. Well, let's go to bidder number 2 and look at this process, right?
No,
they're expecting that everybody's following the same rules, and the rules were that your max bid couldn't achieve 2%, and they violated that. And so now,
again, this has nothing to do with Bay or even the other one that's Raytech. That's also a good company, and they have a much larger bonding capacity as well. That's not the issue. Just the issue is that we're basically crapping all over a small company and not giving them the opportunity, even though they were the low bidder. And for a clerical error.
We did give them the opportunity. They're afforded that in the bid document. They chose not to take it.
I understand it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera?
Second. That's what I was going to do.
What's that?
He said he moves for approval. I second. That's what I was going to do.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Council, please submit your votes. Okay, the vote is 6-3, the motion carries. Item number 25 is a motion authorizing.
Rebecca, do you control the length of time?
Rebecca, are you in control of that?
Do you control the length, or is that Peter Collins? Okay, we'll get with Peter Collins. Yeah, I don't know how long, so we'll leave it up there longer.
We'll ask him.
It'd be nice if it'd be up here.
Well, and we don't.
We'll get that too, yeah.
We have to turn, so.
Yeah.
Which is okay if we have to turn, but we'll leave.
We hear you on both.
Yeah.
And Peter Collins is listening, so
Great.
I'll work with him.
Item number 25 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Hanson Professional Services for the Oso Creek Channel Bottom Rectification Project.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think this is a very significant, important project, and I don't think we should just pass over it without having some discussion on what kind of this impact could mean with regards to, especially since this is a flooding project within my district. And I want to at least give the opportunity for our stormwater department to give us a presentation on this, reflecting on how important it is.
I think the presentation is based on just the contract award, but I can give you some background information. So about 3 years ago, we applied for this grant through the Texas Water Development Board. It was originally a $40 million ask based on construction and engineering, based on our analysis of how long the engineering and design would go versus the construction. We decided to kind of break it up into phases because we believe the planning and engineering with all the environmental permitting and everything that's going to be necessary for the project, we decided just to ask for the first planning and engineering design of Oso Creek. So this is a 12-mile section from Greenwood. So it starts in District 3 and ends in District 5 at the Yorktown Mud Bridge. So what this is going to do is going to look at some channel dredging, some channel widening, bank stabilization, and of course we cross 3 bridges. So we cross Crosstown, Weber, and Staples. So those are TxDOT bridges. So we'll look at any bridge modifications, any efficiencies we can do at those bridges for the creek. So we were awarded this planning and design. So this is just planning and design contract right now through the Texas Water Development Board. So we're going to get shovel-ready projects for this section of Oso Creek. So then we can go further to apply for further grants and loans to actually fund the construction part. So that's just a little background on the project, if you have any more questions.
No, and I'd like to say thank you for that explanation. I know our friends from the media were here specifically for this item, so I want to make sure they had the opportunity to get some video on this, on how important this project is. But with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Peter, just out of curiosity, we talked a few weeks ago about Type A sales tax and what some of the potential purposes could be. And one of them was to expand the seawall to do other flood mitigation citywide. Would this be the type of project that could be considered under something like that?
I hate to answer, Councilman, because the test is it has to generate economic development, or it has to have a ripple effect on economic development, probably somewhere along the OSO, this economic benefits. So I hate to say exactly this section, but it does, based on the Oso Creek and its flow through major commercial areas, the answer would be yes if it does flow through those commercial areas. But a good example, this is one of the council's kind of foundational elements on the repurposing of that 1/8 cent for the seawall, the rip, what do we call it, the wall in front of it, and then other flood control projects citywide to include projects like this. Councilman Hernandez brought these up.
All right, thank you.
What do they call it? The breakwater.
Councilman Barrera.
And Gabe. Yes, sir. I'm just trying to recollect. Richard really brought this up years ago, didn't he? Wasn't this what we talked about when we were applying for these funds?
So, like I said, it was about 3-4 years ago. I think we submitted about 5 city facility projects. There were some from CCW. I even think we submitted for Williams Ditch. But this was ranked #1 by the Texas Water Development Board, this Oso Creek project. So this is the one we were awarded for.
All right. Well, thank you for sticking with it, because you've been constant with it. I just wanted to tell you, since we had you up here, I just want to say thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Councilman Roy.
You know, I was trying to recall, because I remember this from 3 or 4 years ago, whatever. Was this going to allow to be able to, like, canoe, or I know there was at one point in time some type of expansion with walking trails. I don't remember, that's one. On the Oso Creek with walking trails, and then being able to canoe and navigate through there. Well,
it wasn't this project.
No, not North Beach.
Yeah,
no,
I don't remember that.
There are walking trails, though, right? There's walking trails along certain sections of the Oso in District 5.
Yeah, if Dan McGinn was here, I think he could.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, maybe kayaking.
Yeah. Okay. I just wondered if that's going to further get us closer to being able to do that.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, there was some discussion that had to do with also our master plan for parks, because there's a park section that's back there that comes up and butts up against the Oso Creek. If you can think of where Bill Witt is and how it goes back all the way towards the Oso Creek, and there were some discussions about putting some boat ramps there as part of that, but I don't think it had anything to do with this particular project. This particular project was strictly on trying to mitigate any kind of flooding in that area along Oso Creek, all the way from Greenwood to where it intersects with where it curves into Oso Bay. And I think we were trying to look at some of that along with it, but this was separate.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Roy?
Oh, sorry.
And the motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 26 is a motion awarding a master service agreement for a facility multiple award contract for minor construction repairs, rehab, and alterations of facilities.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I will open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Everyone, please submit your vote.
Mr. Pesley?
Like to vote.
Peter Collins, Peter, yeah.
Okay, so there's a vote, 9-0, the motion carries.
All right, Peter Collins adjusted the time already, so it stays up a little longer, you can see.
Great.
We'll see about getting it on the screens in front of us.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Let's see, section M, briefings. Item number 27 is Visit Corpus Christi Annual Report and Visitors Sentiment Briefing. Mr. Otting.
Hello. Hey. Brett Otting, President and CEO of Visit Corpus Christi. Thanks for having me. What a beautiful place in here. Got some new chairs.
I know, new everything.
Yeah, Brady's the last one behind me, said he's going to be short, so I thought I'd talk for like 45 minutes or something up there. So I have a lot of stuff to talk about. I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible. I want to talk about our annual report, just give you a quick update, which we do have a video that will answer a lot of those. I thought rather than me talking, we'd play a video. And then we also did a resident sentiment survey where we surveyed 2,200 residents around Corpus Christi. We had a third party reach out and do this, a good cross section of all different parts of the community. We got some really good factoids back from that that we're going to use, and I think that some of you would want to see some of those survey results as well. So really quick, we have a brand new video about what is Corpus Christi all about. It's a 30-second video. I'm going to show you that one really quick. Maybe not.
Just double click. You gotta start over, Brett?
Yeah. Try it again.
Yeah, can we restart it with the volume, AV control? The volume didn't work.
She said 1 moment. So they're fixing that. It's day one, Brett.
It's
day one.
You made it through almost.
Almost. Here we go. Here we go.
Nope. Well.
It does.
Trust me, it was great. Okay, well, if we don't have that volume, we probably don't have the volume for the next one either. Nope. Okay. Well, we'll just do it this way. So, as an organization, all of you, as a council, our board of directors approves our annual metrics for us. That goes to the council as well, and actually it goes to Peter first. Someone's trying to get that one. Hey, there you go.
There we go. Maybe
there you go.
Try it one more time.
This is going to be a short presentation.
It would have been without the technical issues.
It's day one.
Okay.
In Corpus Christi, we coast our own way.
From the city to the beach, coast is more than our part of the state.
Coasting is a state of mind.
We take our time.
And take it back.
We know who we are and what we stand for.
We do things differently.
And celebrate what makes us the same.
This way of life is bigger than our beaches. We are the casually charming,
The collectively cool.
the creatively curious.
We are the Gulf Coast capital.
I love that.
So thank you. So we actually have one that we're creating just for the Sports Commission, one that we're creating just for meetings and events. And so we'll keep adding different clips of people at the end as we develop that, but something we're excited about. So now I'll go into, this is a 2-minute video about our annual report. That will be a lot faster than me saying it. So this is what we did in the last 12 months.
Through the final year of the 3-year strategic plan, we saw Visit Corpus Christi continue to drive momentum in placing Corpus Christi on the map as a nationally recognized tourism destination. This past year was a testament to excellence in collaboration with our community. Visit Corpus Christi hosted the inaugural State of Corpus Christi Tourism and Hotel Revenue Summit, where global industry experts spoke with local hoteliers and hospitality partners about the state of travel. When we work together, we grow together. We took Corpus Christi to new heights by unveiling our airport marketing campaign in key markets of Denver and Minneapolis, inviting a new audience to warm up on the Gulf Coast. But our collective success goes beyond the surface. We embrace the power of collaboration through our first seasonal tourism co-op marketing campaign, uniting with local businesses and attractions to authentically tell the captivating story of Corpus Christi. In a landmark collaboration with hoteliers, Visit Corpus Christi spearheaded the creation of the Tourism Public Improvement District. This groundbreaking initiative not only enhanced our marketing reach to new horizons, but served as a catalyst for the establishment of the Sports Commission, Film and Music Commission, and the launch of our new out-of-state and international marketing efforts. These strategies have proved successful in the first year, with events like table tennis and Johnsonville Bratz American Cornhole Championships, bringing athletes to compete during the off-summer months. The inaugural Workforce Development Summit brought the hospitality industry together with local educators and workforce developers. Together, we identified solutions to create a supply of workers to support industry needs and expansion. As part of our continued effort to enhance visitor services, we expanded our in-market visitor engagement opportunities to positively impact visitor satisfaction, length of stay, and visitor spending. The Gulf Coasters had a record engagement with visitors, improving their experience by providing personal recommendations and collecting visitor satisfaction surveys used to inform future marketing and development decisions. Kiosks installed in areas of high visitor concentration allow visitors to access curated recommendations to make the most of their experience. These two strategies ensure we are maximizing our ability to connect with visitors to enhance their experience. With our sights set on international presence, we made a big splash at IPW, the world's largest international trade show, introducing Corpus Christi as the Gulf Coast capital capital to the world. Our dedication to local growth extended to the launch of the Corpus Christi Tourism Grant Program, supporting initiatives that contribute to the growth of small business. We fostered regional partner support by actively participating in the Texas legislative session, championing the interests of our local tourism and hospitality industry. In this remarkable and final year of our plan, we collectively proved that by working collaboratively, we can unlock the true potential of becoming the Gulf Coast capital for year-round experiences and events. Let's continue to write the next chapter of success together.
Okay. Wow. Metrics. As I said, the board of directors approves these metrics. These metrics that we utilize are best practices in the industry. We take these from an organization called Destinations International that we're a member of. These are the top metrics that tourism organizations utilize. They then go to Peter. They then go to all of you as a council as well. We hit 18 of our 23 targets. 4 of the targets that we did not achieve are convention and meeting room specific when it comes to group business. So overall, we had a very good year, and those 5 that we missed were very close as well. How we're looking this year from October 1st to now, we're having a fantastic year. I think as a hotel community, they would agree as well that bookings are up. As a matter of fact, right before I came here, I went and I added up how we're looking compared to 2019, pre-COVID. We are actually up in revenue, and we're up in hotel overnight stays in that time as well. So we have 5.5 months worth of data right now. Spring break was a great spring break as well, and this summer is looking very good. So we do feel confident that we're going to have another record tourism year for the 4th year in a row. This is just the projections for hotel occupancy tax. You see they continue to climb. A lot of you have asked me in the last couple months, what does group business look like? And so I wanted to throw these numbers up there. Just in the last year, our convention sales team, these are the bookings that they've brought in, our sports and group sales teams, 72,000 room nights for $41 million. And this is not just for this year necessarily, it's for multiple years. Some of the events might be for a couple years from now. But at the same time, we're losing business as well. This is the amount of business that we've lost just in the last 12 months. And this number is if somebody used to come here or they were planning on coming here and they decided not to and go to a different place for some of the reasons involving the American Bank Center. So I know this is still a discussion that keeps going on about the necessary improvements that we need there. And then March, unfortunately, I don't mean to be on a sour note, but we've lost 2 very large events because of multiple reasons. The Business Professionals of America will not be coming back, nor will the TCOL conference, which has been an annual event coming here year after year for many years. So we're going to look to try to continue to rebound that. As far as the incentive fund that you've all allocated to us to incentivize these groups, in the last year, we spent $403,000 to incentivize groups to come here. For every $1 we spent, $51.87 in visitor spending in the economy. You can see on the other side all the different economic impact numbers. Now, I will say you see a big red 109,000. 109,000, 25% of that incentive was used on bus companies in Corpus Christi because the only way we can get them to come here because of the distance between hotels is to shuttle them. So we're still looking for better ways to go about doing this, but that incentive fund really does work. It allows us to compete with other cities, and that's something going into next year. We're already filling that incentive fund up as well with groups. We're having a good year when it comes to booking sports and group business. Okay, the resident sentiment survey, these are just the highlights of it. We actually recorded the video, recorded the event. It's about 20 minutes long, so we'll send that to you. Also, there's a multi-page report that you can read line by line. But overall, what we asked in this resident sentiment survey to 2,200 residents is, how do you feel about tourism in Corpus Christi? Do you know who Visit Corpus Christi is and the impact that we do? And then what things would you like to see better? How do you gauge the community? So all these scores are very, very high. The one at the top and the one at the bottom is the one that is most relevant to me. That 81% of our residents in Corpus Christi say that tourism is important, and only 15% said it's absolutely not important. The other difference said that they have really no opinion at all. So a very, very low number. People feel that what we do is not important. Most people feel that there's an economic impact return for people coming to Corpus Christi. This was all of the different attractions. We did this 2 years ago, and then we did it again so you can gauge what the difference is. But this is how do you rate the quality of some of our different attractions. You see there's large increases for all of them except for the American Bank Center when it comes to everything, the perceived quality of the attractions. Some of them had very large increases as well. So we feel really good overall about where we're at with how people feel about the attractions that we have. And then this survey here, this question was a series of questions about funding, about investing in tourism. Do you invest in the development of tourism? Do you invest in the promotion of tourism? Do you support investment in incentivizing groups and events and festivals to come here? And all intents and purposes, 62% was the low score. So the majority of people in Corpus Christi do support what we're doing in an effort to try to bring people to town. I felt this was another relevant slide too. Like I said, it was a very good cross-section of the community that we reached out to of these 2,200 people. This one is, do you think that there's too many people? Does tourism bring too many people? No one neighborhood had over 25%. Every single neighborhood, 75% or more thought that no, tourism is fine and we need more of it. Here is one about the quality of life of residents. What do the residents feel is important when it comes to a correlation between quality of life and living here and the tourism environment? Obviously, people love the beaches. The biggest increase was restaurants, followed by the airport. Some of that we would like to take some credit for because we're continuing to try to get the word out, but the work that Kevin and Tyler and their teams have done with the support the airport locally is a big deal as well. It looks like people are starting to realize that we should support our local airport and we should fly to Corpus Christi. But overall, for the majority of it, most people think that the quality of life of what some of these attractions are is an increase. So then we asked, I thought this would be interesting as well. We asked, what do you feel the quality of the restaurants? We did this with attractions and other things as well, but as far as restaurants, what do we feel the quality is? And you see that overall most scores are good. The two lower ones are signature and upscale restaurants and then farm to table restaurants. Then we asked what the variety is, and the same scores were the lower ones. So one of the things that we've done is we've talked to some of our local restaurateurs. We've talked to them about what the needs of the community might be, and we're trying to make sure that we're doing a good job promoting. There was a story a couple months ago about some of these chain restaurants closing down. And some of the media talked about some of these restaurants and what does that mean? And one of them was an Italian restaurant. There was a chain. And what I said to the media is I said, Bellino's is the best restaurant for Italian food in the city, and it's a locally owned one. Go support them. As far as some of these chain restaurants closing down, you never want to see a business close down, but we want to make sure that people understand that there's alternatives, in some cases better alternatives, in the local restaurants that we have here. And then here's just the ranking of from the most important, what is important to visitors. And you see cleanliness and safety is the top one. That's the one that we continue to see over and over to locals and to visitors about the cleanliness of the community and so forth.
Libraries.
When it comes to community pride, some of our staff, this is their favorite one. We saw a very large increase in the last 2 years over community pride. A very simple question. Are you proud to live in Corpus Christi? It went from 52 to 59%. Well, if you look at the neutrals, it didn't really change that much, but the not proud lowered by 5%. So what we feel is happening here is 5% of people that said they're not proud to live in Corpus Christi have said, oh, it's not so bad, I'm kind of neutral. And the ones that were neutral are saying, no, actually, it's a pretty great place to live. So we're continuing to see the work that you are all doing as well. Simple things like fixing the streets that you're doing at a rapid record pace right now changes the perception of what people think about their community. So it does take a lot of different individuals to try to improve this score, but you do see that overall, out of a survey of 2,200 people, positivity is up. And then this is one that we like to see as well, because these are our free social media ambassadors. From 63% to 69%, we asked them, are you an ambassador of Corpus Christi? Do you tell people to come here? Do you post positive things on your Facebook page? And so forth. And then I want to just really quick show some leisure survey scores as well. We had almost 2,000 leisure visitors do surveys as well. You saw in the video, the Gulf Coasters are out there talking to them. The visitors care about the same things. They care about the beaches, they care about the restaurants, they care about hotels, most importantly. Very good scores. 9.1% on a scale of 1 to 10, do people recommend Corpus Christi? Those are Texans. It's slightly down if they're from out of state, but still 89%, 89.1% is a very high score when we're asking people while they're here on vacation, are you having a good time? The answer is a resounding yes. And then these are just some of the comments that people, and again, this is an eye chart, there's a lot here, but you can see that. I believe this is in your packet, so you'll be able to see this as well. But there's generally good comments. There's always going to be some negative comments. For instance, if you look at this one, what were the top comments? Well, there's some negative comments about the beach, but there's some positive comments about the beach, the cleanliness, the trash, and so forth. So, as long as we continue to understand what the people are looking for to gauge if it was a quality trip or not, and the city and us and other organizations are all working together to identify how to improve those, we're going to keep getting these better scores every other year. Here's different amenities that people are looking for. 25% of people said that the most important things to them as a visitor when they're coming here are the restaurants. That's the quality of restaurants is what they're looking for, followed by attractions and lodging. So you see some of those comments. And then the last two things are just two events that we have going on that we've had some very good attendance in years past. In April, we're holding what is called the Workforce Summit and the Summer Summit. The Workforce Summit might be something that you're all interested in. We have individuals from the Texas Restaurant Association, Texas Lodging Association, Del Mar College, the University, Education Service Center, Workforce Center, all the 501 or all the ISDs, and then the hotels and restaurant partners as well, getting together, trying to figure out how to solve the workforce issues in the hospitality industry. We did it last year. It was very successful. So we're doing it again. And then we're doing a kickoff to summer event where all the attractions, hotels, and restaurants will be in a room together where we'll talk about planning for the summer from Memorial Day to Labor Day and that event. And then, of course, on June 6th, you all have this on your calendars already, the inaugural Coastal Bend Sports Hall of Fame and Awards show. We have 4 inductees into the inaugural Hall of Fame. We'll be giving some very much deserving awards to the best high school athletes in the Coastal Bend as well. Each different sport played by Coastal Bend athletes will be given awards, and we'll have a very good time. And this is all in the name of trying to bring the sports industry together in our region to continue to work together to find avenues where we can grow sports and bring more business to town. And the last slide, transparencc.com, that is our reporting website. Anything and everything that we do, including our annual audit. We passed our annual audit through Visit Corpus Christi in January. The TPID just completed their audit 2 weeks ago, and the board voted to approve that audit. We passed that. There were no issues on either one of those. So any of our reports and any of our audits you can see there. It's open to the public for anybody to see. And I will answer any questions anybody may have.
Hold on just a second, Brett. Gotta get to my screen here. Well, where's Gabe? Okay, here it is. Well, there we go. Okay, thank you. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Brett, thanks for the presentation. I had just a couple of quick questions. I didn't hear you mention this. The International Table Tennis Tournament, I guess it was Tournament of the Americas. Is it going to be returning to Corpus Christi again? That was here about a month and a half ago. It was back in January sometime.
Yeah, it was actually 4 tournaments in one. It was the Pan American Cup, the Tournament of the Americas, and then there's also an Olympic qualifying component as well. That's an event that we'll have to bid on every year. I believe that they already have a bid for next year, so we will look at that again in the future. But one of the benefits of that event as well is that was our first Olympic-style event that we've had in Corpus Christi before. And when the CEO of U.S. Table Tennis goes back and they have meetings with all the sports, hopefully she's going to be sitting there saying it was a great experience in Corpus Christi. Everybody had a good time. They treated us well. So then when we're reaching out to other sports, they will have already heard our name, and we'll try to be able to bring more in. But I think overall it was a good, successful event for our first Olympic event, and something that we would welcome to come back. I know that they are interested in coming back because they had a great time.
Yeah, that's good. I'm not an aficionado of table tennis at all, but I was quite impressed that there were players here, and then people and members of the audience as well, from obviously the United States, but also from Mexico, from Canada, from Bolivia, from Venezuela, from Argentina as well. It's quite impressive.
Yeah,
really.
All over the world. 20-something different countries, if I remember correctly, were represented.
Yeah, yeah. And the other question I had, this is maybe a bit out of left field. the turtle program out at the National Seashore. There's been scuttlebutt that is being reduced. Have they contacted you at all? Because Corpus Christi is a gateway community for the National Seashore, and if it's going to be reduced, the public turtle releases are going to be reduced. That's going to have an economic impact on us. It's going to reduce tourists being drawn into the city here.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything about this?
We have a very good relationship with the Padre Island National Seashore group there. We've had staff meetings there. They've came and spoke to us in our offices. That same discussion has been taking place since I got here 4 years ago. I've asked them point blank, and they said that has been taken out of context, that they have no plans to get rid of that. What they are doing is they're trying, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they're trying to reorganize the way they're able to host those and be a little more organized themselves. But as far as turtles are still going to have babies, and they're still going to have to get out to the water, and they, I believe, have plans to continue to allow the community to be there if there's enough notice. But the way they're trying to do the reorganization, sometimes it's very difficult. You don't know exactly when they're going to hatch, and it kind of happens very quickly.
Yeah, so I talked to Superintendent Bruneman, who's in charge of the Seashore now. I asked him to come to the City Council and make a report about this as well to kind of clear the air. In a meeting with him about a week and a half ago, he told me that the number of turtle releases is still the same yet, but the number of public releases has been dropped from 25 per year down to 5 per year. Yeah. And that stands to have a significant impact, economic impact on Corpus Christi, if you're reducing the number of public turtle number of releases that the public is able to attend. Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'll reach out to you and your staff as well, see if I can loop you in. I hope that he's going to come to City Council at some point. The city manager and I had a conversation about this about a week ago, I guess, about bringing him here, inviting him to come and talk to us about this, maybe having him come and talk to folks that visit Corpus Christi as well about this.
Absolutely, yeah. We communicate ongoing with them as well. So, but happy to meet with them with you or however you would like.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, that was a pretty good presentation. It looks so good, it looks like we don't have to do anything else to help you. That's how good it looked. Say, man, we've already solved all the world's problems. But I do have a question. We've talked about this 3 or 4 times. I know I've talked about this with Heather, with Peter. For some reason, we have never been given an answer, no matter how many times we ask the city. So I'm going to ask you, do beach towns with businesses along the beachfront do well?
Yes.
So why don't we have them here?
I ask myself that question, and then I ask others that question on a daily basis.
It is a terrible, terrible idea to be missing out on that kind of revenue. We could do a whole bunch of different things on our beachfronts that a lot of people can't afford to do because of how much beachfront we have.
Some of the biggest tourism cities in America are such as that because of the way they've built their physical environment around their natural environment.
But that is an impressive presentation.
Thank you.
That one comment, they say the people are really nice. We've been hearing that for 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
They don't always say it's clean, but they always say that it's nice.
Yes.
So that's something that y'all have accomplished. So I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Great presentation, Brett. Couple questions. Earlier in the city manager's comments, we had a quick presentation on the volleyball tournament this weekend. Is that something that Joey and the Sports Commission was able to help to bring to town, I assume?
Yes, we have lots of conversations with Gail and Adrian as well. We, starting right after the year was over last year, we actually pulled a group together to start talking about this year. We had an intention of assisting in doing a youth volleyball tournament as well. And the university did a really good job getting the word out. And unfortunately, that fell through for this year. But it is something that the university is very interested in. And we're trying to do whatever we can to help because that would bring more rooms to town. So yes, I can say we're very well involved because we do understand that 2-on-2 volleyball isn't as big of an event maybe as a soccer team, but the aesthetics and the video and the visual of beach volleyball is something that you saw in a video today. It really bodes well for what is a value proposition that Corpus Christi has versus others. And so because of that, we're going to continue to do whatever we can to help the university excel from a beach volleyball standpoint.
Great. I hope we get a great turnout this weekend, and looks like you guys ordered up some good weather.
Yeah, we did.
Might even have a little home court advantage with the breeze, looks like. But lastly is a lot of survey data you showed us. Some of it was referencing traveler sentiment. Are those the Gulf coasters that are on the beach with the iPads doing the questionnaires?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were out during spring break as well, and they received a couple hundred surveys just during spring break as well. So this year, this will be our second and a half year of having the Gulf coasters, and we're going to have a full staff going in. So there'll be a golf cart on North Beach, on Mustang Island, on Whitecap, and then downtown, as well as the visitor center. We'll have staff in the airport as well, and they're taking surveys, they're giving recommendations to people, they're answering questions people might have, and then some businesses are being really good partners, and they will give coupons and discounts and things like that, where we play some games, and if they answer it, they can get a coupon to a local business. But anything we can do to help get people off the beach and into a business spending money is what their mission is.
So the Padre Island Gulf coasters, there's two of them, one south of Pac and one north of Pac? Okay, all right, great. Thanks, Brett.
You're welcome.
Councilman Pesley. No, Councilman Roy, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm fine.
Go ahead.
Great presentation. A couple things that I was thinking about. Number one, we haven't heard in a long time anything about the possibility of any type of cruise line or cruise ships or anything of that nature. Have you heard any more conversation or anything based on that industry in our area?
I've heard some discussion from the state level. I know that there's still the work that's being done. I know the bridge is a big issue, but I know that there's a lot of passion and support at the state level with some of our local elected leaders there that we're doing whatever we can to help as well. But I think that there's still some bridge issues and some dredging that needs to take place before something like that could happen. I believe that there has been at one point legislation introduced, but I'm not sure where that is, but I can find out and I will let you know.
The other thing, and we talked about this early this morning at the TERS meeting, and somebody mentioned restaurants. I can't remember who mentioned Frida's. I think it was Councilwoman Campos. But, there's so many restaurants, and I think based on your survey that restaurants, in terms of enjoying those, really play an important part as far as the overall feel here. And I think about some of the new ones that have maybe opened up that we really don't do ribbon cutting ceremonies on or whatever. Is there any type of one particular publication or go-to place that you can really find out, like all the new restaurants, Prohibition or whatever?
Yeah. We have a page on our website, a listing page, that as soon as we find out about a new restaurant or an update to an existing restaurant, they have a section on the website where you can go and sort by barbecue or Mexican food, whatever it may be, and you can sort to find the restaurants there. Other public, the Bend does a very good job of doing articles. If it's downtown, the DMD does a good job. But that's something that we're trying to work on. As a matter of fact, about 2 weeks ago, I did a presentation to the Coastal Bend Restaurant Association, and we're working together and trying to develop some partnerships with their association where we're trying to figure out what is a good value proposition for us to be able to hold as leverage for a restaurant that's not a member of their association to join their association, because if you're a member, you get an extra perk or an extra high page visibility on our website if you're part of that association. Different things like that, because it's important that we understand and we continue to develop an environment where as soon as a restaurant opens up, they know that I need to get my word out, and Visit Corpus Christi is one of those places that can do that. So it's usually, there's a lot of restaurants in town, and so we do our best, but as soon as somebody reaches out to us, we're always going out there and trying, whether it's a TikTok post or an Instagram post or a Facebook post, we're trying to give them some love and give them a kind of a jolt to kick things off. Frida's is a great example. Very good food downtown. You and I ate there, as a matter of fact. They're doing a good job, but a lot of people still don't know about them.
And then the other thing I want to talk about, because we mentioned this earlier, parking. In your everything in terms of what we looked at, I didn't see anything where people really commented on the lack of parking or difficult parking in that. But I want you to keep that on your radar as you're out there and about in the community, because I know that we need to look at specifically maybe downtown and some other area, but we need to look at parking.
Yeah, my opinion is parking, the lack of parking is a Corpus Christi problem. The tourists don't complain about parking because they're used to parking somewhere and walking and getting to where they have to go when they're in other cities. But there is this weird notion I've noticed in my time here that in Corpus, if I can't park right in front of the business, it's not worth it. I do think that we need some more parking, whether it's parking garages in different places, especially so we can do some physical development on some of these flat surface parking lots. In some respects, going back to the things that we need in Corpus Christi, it would be nice to be able to pile everybody up vertically and horizontally, and so we can give that land over to somebody to build another attraction or a hotel or whatever it may be. But we don't usually hear about visitors complaining about parking because they're used to wherever they came from, walking multiple blocks to get to what they're trying to do.
That's good. That's good, because I noticed that, I was in Los Angeles recently, and it was nothing to, you'd have to get out and walk 3 blocks to get to the restaurant that you're at.
Yeah.
And then, sometimes here, it amazes me because I'm in a parking lot and somebody will wait 15 minutes to park in the first or second stall.
Yeah.
Instead of just going out and.
Well, agree. The best example that I use is all the hotels in Austin are on 1st Street, and everybody knows what 6th Street is. That's 5 blocks. And it's pretty busy every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. And they got there somehow, probably by foot.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay. Well, Brett, a great report. I did read all 64 pages, I promise you. And it was a great report, a lot of good information. Some of that I'll visit with you offline about, and, no major issues that I can see. And I agree with Councilman Roy. We need to keep parking and on our radar. And although you make the statement about people who are not from here are used to that, that's kind of not what I'm hearing in the background. There's a lot of people complaining about it, and so and not so much complaining, but just commenting that, hey, it's great you got a lot of stuff going on down there, but we're having a terrible time finding parking places. So, but anyway, I think it just shows that the things that we're doing and trying to do and revitalizing downtown Corpus Christi and making sure our beaches are clean and doing all the things that we're doing are making a difference, and people are noticing that, and I think that's very important. So great job. Thank you very much for all that you and your staff do.
Thank you, and thank all of you for all the work that you're doing to get us to that point. It takes a team for sure.
Yep.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention and it's probably not the right place, but I need to say something about it. The residents, or the people, not the residents, but the people that you get coming and going from Corpus Christi, would you say a large majority is from like San Antonio or somewhere like nearby, like McAllen, or, is there, I didn't see that in your.
40% of our visitors come from the San Antonio, Austin area.
Okay.
Yeah, so, not quite half, but it's a big portion of it. And most of those are day trippers as well, as in terms of they will come on a Saturday morning and hit the beach and go back home at night. Yes.
And I was just wondering, have you ever heard of, discussion of like having, what would it take, like to have like a shuttle bus, like coming back and forth, you know, on a regular basis? Because I think I've mentioned this before, that we do have a lot of people that, for some reason, we don't have the, you know, the medical doctors here that they have in San Antonio, and then some of the people in San Antonio want to be able to have a really nice day trip here. So, you know, how can we possibly make that happen? I don't know if you're the person, if it's the MPO or who, but, you know, everywhere I go, it's like I hear people going, yeah, I'm going to San Antonio, and then, you know, and we're all getting older, we all need some help. Just I'm asking you, I mean, what would be the best approach?
Yeah, well, there are a couple charter companies that specialize in back and forth trips like that. They don't currently come to Corpus Christi, but they are in Texas. You know, there is a lot of travel back and forth. I have a doctor's appointment in San Antonio in 2 weeks because my doctor straight up said, if you want to get in, you probably better call someone in San Antonio. It's a specialist. So,
yeah.
So I know that that's a thing. And so, you know, I could look into some of these companies and see, you know, what that would take. And
yeah, that would be really a great asset for us and for them, you know, just being able to go back and forth and say, I can count on, you know, whatever days, but I mean, at least starting that conversation would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's all the comments.
Okay.
Questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So informative,
Thank you very
Brett.
much. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last briefing is item number 28, a briefing from the Corpus Christi Hooks on Whataburger Field facility.
All right.
Go Hooks. Okay.
Good afternoon, Brady Ballard, GM, Corpus Christi Hooks, Mayor, Council. Brett said he's going to stick around to be my audience of one, so I appreciate that. Was in some just general conversation with some city leaders, and thought it would be a good idea simply just to provide you an update of some of the activities we've been doing, both from a CapEx and a community aspect of what we're doing. So I guess you guys, will be up on your screens, but a variety of things. As you know, we're coming up on what would be the 19th season of Whataburger Field. Our 20th is right around the corner, which we're thoroughly excited about. But we are at a stage where, as you know, with all your facilities, you know, the ages of what it truly is beyond the years. So the list you see on the right-hand side are just some of the things that we've been doing over this either past off season or have planned before the end of the 24 fiscal year for us, which is the calendar year. So in a little bit greater detail, pictures are, you know, certainly still don't do justice until you see certain things in person. But one of the things we've done this past off season was a 3-month project that treated over 150,000 square feet of metal decking, 5,000 linear feet of handrails, 60 columns and scoreboards in batter's eye. So if you recall, the facility, the steel had aged to the extent that it had a greenish look and oxidized and was not appealing. And just through a couple of the pictures here, you can see some of the aspects of night and day difference. And I think you'll see it hopefully during the upcoming season of some of these improvements that have been made. So steel and structure has been a big piece of what we've done. And it's not just, you know, eye candy stuff. We have worked with a company, this one being out of Houston. A lot of what we do is local, but this group has done Minute Maid Park, Constellation Field, which is our Sugarland facility, and this as well. So this got a deep treatment, primed. Everything is, you know, set with, I think I had it in there with the phenolic alkyd resin primer. I mean, this is not short-term stuff that we have treated the facility with. So we're very excited about the fresh look that it has, and I think it's unlike anything that it's looked like in recent time. The pedestrian walkover bridge in left field. I mean, we annually do walkthroughs with our engineering group that includes our Minute Maid staff, but you can see that's that area that leads over left field. The base unit of that steel had really reached its end of life, and we've fully replaced that pedestrian bridge. It is pretty much back open now, but structurally it was in its final stages that we needed to address that pretty immediately. This again, just some kind of before, during, and after. Air conditionings and rooftops are not exciting, but over the last 2 years, we've replaced 20 of them, along with ventilation units. That ventilation unit piece came with some remaining balance of the Type A funding because we came in under budget on those other prior projects and got the secondary approval to use the remaining $26,000 to help those ventilation areas, which include both public and private spacing, to filter that. So, and before the 25 year, we'll be addressing the membrane portions of the facility's roof as well. We in our underbelly and other parts of the facility, we get the benefit of seeing where all the water finds its way down to the bottom. So our youth field, we're pretty proud of right now. We are mid-construction on artificial surface that will take up at least the infield portion. As you may know, that area is old cotton warehouse and asphalt and parking, and it's got quite, in our soil tests, it's got quite an issue through to the bottom, but we're gonna artificial turf that. It should be ready for play, I was told, on April 10th. And we plan to be able to use that not only for the general play area of course, our games, but it'll make it safer and more adaptable to events such as we work with the Miracle League, the Challenger League. The size of that field plays well for coach pitch and t-ball. Working on a corporate kickball league in the fall, if anybody still has the abilities. But certainly, anytime it would rain previously, it was unusable for a week or more because of the way the water would sit in that space. Seats will be addressed following this season, as well as concourse lighting. We'll be replacing the fluorescent lights, 279 of those, to LEDs. Obviously, the Type A board supported us for some of our PDL projects. We've seen that already happen on the field lights, but we'll be making that transition over the upcoming handful of months to address the rest of the facility as well in our concourse and suite level spaces. Probably the most common question I get, this will be my 20th season in sports or destination sports facilities, what do you do the rest of the year? As if what we do happens about a week before the season starts and then we stop. I think most people know, but maybe don't always think of what Whataburger Field is used for, and I think we're lucky again to be stewards for that city asset. Mayor, you've been in December when Jose Trevino had his event, along with Christmas parties. We start college baseball in February. You've been to Conquer the Coast, Heart Walks, Harbor Half. Our group doesn't know what a 40-hour week looks like. So the idea that we're anything but a year-round facility and that our off-the-field activities, I think, speak to that as well. So I want to really speak just briefly to our Community Leaders Program, because it's gone up to what will now be 4 partners, corporate partners, as we enter this season. We're in our 3rd year of the Reliant All-Star Educators. So at this point of our 3rd season, we'll have given out over $45,000 in shopping spree money, basically, for school supplies. We take 10 local teachers to now Mardell. We got with them, addressed. You'd be surprised the email response you get when you subject line that you plan to spend $15,000 with them. I got a 24-hour turnaround response, and in fact, Mardell added $100 for each of those teachers. So they go and buy school supplies, and I think our videos are all on our website. We accompany the teachers to do the shopping spree. We go back into the classrooms afterwards to find out how they spent that money, and multiple did not spend a dime on themselves. They actually paid forward everything they got in school supplies to fellow teachers. So it's been some pretty heartwarming stuff, but we run that year round in the way we recognize them in the stadium and then through the rest of the year. Whataburger, of course, as many know, has been a good partner, but we don't just, we ask all the leagues for your wish list. How can we help you? And it's been supplies, offsetting uniform costs, calcine and clay and all those sort of things to help our youth facilities. And then we're fortunate with our pro guys. They tend to leave a lot of good stuff behind. So we've been able to turn over quite a few cleats and sets of catcher's equipment. A single set of catcher's equipment at the stuff that we have is well over $1,000 in value. So you now have multiple high schools with those. Awesome. And so we'll be able to continue to do that, but I think it's meant a lot in the responses that we've gotten. 2 more that are coming online this upcoming season now with new partnerships. 1.5 is a new environmental initiative. We'll be partnering with the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program, which will allow us to do some things just to support their bag cleanup programs, the Up to You Yellow Bag campaign. Ironically, Sammy the Seagull might serve as a good spokesperson for their Do Not Disturb the Birds, so we have some concepts in mind there, and a number of other things. So that, along with another one that just came online, and we'll actually be doing a lot for first responders, whether that be tickets, recognitions throughout the year at the facility. I think we'll be able to restart they call them the Guns and Hoses events and such, whether that starts as softball and any other things good-natured, but the focus of that will be solely towards first responders. Our Share to Care 50/50 program, over $150,000 in cash donated over the last 2 years, and that's just a short list of all the variety of partners that have benefited. Most end up with somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000. The 50/50 program is that, for every dollar you put in, you're going to get 50 cents as the winner of a raffle, but the rest goes to local community. So we're a facilitator for that. And I think that's what I hope to ensure that everybody continues to know is Whataburger Fields, to me, is a unifier. We don't get credit for that $150,000, but, you know, goofy little professional baseball that some people think of is only a portion of what, you know, Whataburger Field and what the Hooks are really about. And so being able to share just some of this, I think, is what people know but don't often think of and associate with us all the time. You know, serving on a couple of Brett's boards and coming from 16 years in Florida where we saw both the economic impact of beaches, but as well as sports, I wanted to note, you know, some of the partnerships we have. The University of Kansas has been here now 3 years and is committed for 5 to open up their week 1 college schedule. So they come in mid-February when things are still pretty light. This past year, they had a 62-person travel party. They ended up booking 288 rooms over the week, and you can see some of the restaurants that they visited. And if you can imagine college student athletes, they're not getting the small meals. So when they head to Landry's, when they head to some of these places, I think they're leaving a pretty good bill behind for a party of 62.
Who is this again?
University of Kansas, the Jayhawks.
Oh, okay.
They've been, this past year, they had Illinois, Chicago in, previously Valparaiso. We're looking at a couple, and usually northern schools that really desire that warm weather. And our first 2 weeks have now been college baseball. Many know the Claiborne Bank Classic, and this past year they had Washington, Pittsburgh, Maryland in to play the Islanders for what is the second weekend of college baseball. Sorry, sir?
I'm sorry, we can't turn our microphones off.
Oh, sorry.
We have that ability. Never mind.
I can flip back to it if you want. And just a couple little, you know, outreach pieces. You know, the name Corpus Christi, of course, we get the opportunity to wear that on our players' chests, if you will. But our merchandise is something that, you know, we've annually been in the top 20 in minor league baseball retail. But I think it speaks a little bit to where you will see the name Corpus Christi. And so in the last year, we've sold to all 50 states, territory of Puerto Rico, and then the countries you see there. We've seen the merchandise on TV at Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park. Brett met someone at Camden Yards wearing a Whataburger or the honey butter chicken biscuits while he was wearing his Hooks polo. So the outreach of that extends to the, you know, to the little leagues as well. It's great to know that the local teams play as the Hooks. The two that you see there, Crescent City, I think the CC fits well for them. They're in Louisiana. The other team is in California. So the awareness, at least, of Corpus Christi and or the Hooks extends, you know, far beyond just those that might be considered diehard minor league fans. And I think last, this was, you know, old information from the 2020 economic report, but I think something that, again, we're not a big corporate entity in town, yet at the same time, I think what the business that this brings is a little more impactful sometimes than people realize. As I came in, you know, and rightfully so, some of the old partnerships existed because the prior ownership had another minor league baseball team. So they doubled their efforts, and some of that business would come down, you know, from the Round Rock area. Our buses are local. Our signage company is mostly local. You look at the businesses that we buy from, whether it be distributors, all of your general maintenance facility services, they're almost entirely local. So the dollars that we're bringing in are pretty much staying here. And so just wanted to be able to speak to those things, but I think both this year and next year with the support of the Astros, we've got a good list of those CapEx projects that we're currently addressing and some more actually big things ahead.
Brady, thank you. Really, thank you for this presentation. I think it's very educational for us to know where you are on the investment that we've made, and it's been a good one. I really appreciate your leadership and everything you guys are doing, but this was very, very informative, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Great job, Brady. You and Maggie and team do a fantastic job for our community and such a professionally run organization. We're lucky to have you guys in the job you do, so thank you. One question is, I know you get the kind of recurring CapEx asks annually. Are there any big picture things you see forthcoming in the next 5 to 10 years that Whataburger Field may put you at a competitive disadvantage, or things that you think are important to add in a minor league baseball stadium that we don't currently have?
From a structural standpoint, I mean, we always want to stay in front of what the facility needs simply to be a good standing building. And I think that's part of what everything I presented. We've identified a lot of those things and we're staying in front of those. The support given in the 19 and 20 sort of type A happened to as it was before Major League Baseball governance. We ended up addressing a lot of that. We've addressed the facility standard and the rubric score we have to abide by previously. A lot of that actually addressed a number of things ahead of it. Since then, Type A and ourselves, we've addressed many others, the lighting, the women's personnel clubhouse, things of that nature. So we are remaining adaptable to sometimes some ever-changing mandates that MLB puts in front of us. I had spent some additional dollars on padding that previously didn't exist because some things happened in baseball and they decided to amend their own rules. So we're always staying in front of that. But I mean, again, the facility will be reaching its 20th year in 2025. We have to understand that. And so I think both fan facing, certainly structural, and the long-term well-being. I mean, we want to enjoy that sight line of the new bridge as much as anybody. So we want to maintain Whataburger Field to live well beyond, standard facility life.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Brady, I just want to say thank you. I mean, I'm looking forward to next Friday. So what is it? It's been we're season ticket holders, and we've just enjoyed it for so long. And what is it? You guys have a great facility, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you for saying that. But again, it's your facility, and we're lucky to be stewards of it. But we just want to provide you the confidence that we are taking care of it. The Astros and ourselves treat it like it's our home because we do spend quite a bit of time there. And trust me, we take offense to it at times when we see people not treating it like we would like to see our home treated.
Well, we appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thanks again for your leadership, Brady. And thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Campos, yes.
Can you remind me how much we invest in the Whataburger Field? How much does the city invest in the Whataburger Field?
It came up before. I know there's insurance elements, property, but
you talking about the building construction costs?
Back to the bond, or
how much do we provide, subsidize?
Oh, today we cover the insurance costs and.
Yeah, I mean, those are numbers that we don't see necessarily. But we're entirely reliable or responsible for the maintenance, the bills, the utilities, all elements of its operations.
I think it's pretty much that. I think it's just the insurance we cover for the facility.
So you've been paying for your upkeep and some?
There's an element within the lease that provides a kickback. So as long as we spend a minimum of $350,000 in maintenance, there's a $175, call it rebate. The numbers that we have, I think, would show you too that since the Astros took ownership in 2013, we've spent anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million annually. So we're not looking to get a penny over the $350 for that rebate. We've addressed the facility on a as identified as needed basis.
And how often do we review that contract? Is that like annually, the contract? How often do we renew or review? I mean, like you're coming here for the review, keeping us.
I think it's, I'm not sure.
Is it 10 years like?
It's probably
it was renewed in 19 or 20 as a 15-year lease. It expires in 2034.
In 2034? It was a 15-year term contract.
They've been 2 series of 15 years from.
Yeah, you're right. Because we did some adjustments to that contract when I first got here. So,
correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Brady.
Councilman Hernandez.
To answer her question, we spent $26 million on a bond to build it, $6 million in interest, and about $10 million since then, not counting the $5 million that we had negotiated for the upgrades that you had mentioned with the baseballs. What'd you refer to it as?
It's a PDL facility standard grade, yes.
So I would say we probably invested somewhere in the neighborhood of about $45 million.
I think that's about a number from before.
In terms of all in since 2005.
Yes.
Into the facility. So I believe we're at $100,000 per year for the lease.
It's less than that. It's still at the 80 range. It escalates every 3 years by $10,000.
Okay, so.
In an earlier period, it went 5 year, and then I think it goes to 3s. But
right, so maybe I was incorrect. I think our insurance on the building is $100,000 a year.
It's like 150 at this point, yeah.
Okay, so when you say what are we subsidizing on an annual basis, not counting any kind of and I won't count the improvements to the facility since it's our facility in the sense, but if you're looking at insurance, we're paying more insurance than we get in lease.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, that's right, from the last time, that's why I included that number, and again, for the money we're spending and the $20 million plus per year as you enter nearly your 20th season.
Yeah.
And then, again, whether it be tangible, intangible, that's why I wanted to speak to a few of the community leader aspects.
Big quality of life, big quality of life asset for this community and region, really. So thank you, Brady. Thanks for being here. Okay. That's all you got, Peter?
I believe that's the meeting. That's it.
Okay, well, there being no further
No
business,
meeting
this
next
meeting is
week.
adjourned.